What is going on, everybody? How are we doing this evening? It is literally always a pleasure to be back streaming with you guys, getting ready to talk a little bit of Chicago Bears football as we go through TJ Edwards' film, probably go through Deonta Foreman's film. I would love to take a look at Robert Tonyan's film, probably a little bit of Andrew Billings while we're at it, and whatever else we do. I mean, I've been brushing up on my offensive tackles. I haven't gotten through Jalen Duncan yet out of Maryland, but trying to get through, say, Broderick Jones and Matthew Bergeron and Anton Harrison, obviously a little bit more Paris Johnson, because I'll tell you openly, guys, that there's a whole lot of these tackles that I left off to, I left for Quentin Crisco to do in building the board, which we're going to get back to recording. Free agency threw us for some major curveballs, but I've got everybody on the horse. We're going to start recording everything so that we can get more episodes released and get to the fun part where we really put this board together. But it should be a great time. And honestly, Josh, yeah, we totally can. I mean, at this point, Josh, I am truly all ears. Seems like it may be a smaller group today, but we'll see. I mean, I completely understand not everybody making every single Tuesday an absolute priority. But at the same time, truly, for anybody who's listening back on the VOD, for anybody who's here later or shows up and catches up, it is always a pleasure having you guys. Always a pleasure just getting to talk a little bit of football. I figure we should go through. Like, we should talk at least a little bit about what we've got in, let's see, when we get close to caught up, Poles will make 3 more moves and throw a wrench in my plan. Yeah, you're telling me. I mean, honestly, John, part of the reason that we're doing exactly what we're doing and when we're doing it is simply because I know what Poles, I like to think I see what Poles is going to do, in the sense that he's going to do him, we're going to do us, and he's not going to, you get it. I got way too distracted there, but I would hope that Ryan Poles has a couple more moves up his sleeve. Khalid, how you doing? I tend to think that the Bears are going to bring in some kind of free agent tackle. Won't surprise me if they're also going to bring in some kind of offensive lineman, because I can't imagine that they don't. Or defensive lineman is what I intended to say. The question is whether they're waiting out cut candidates or whether they're still negotiating on some of these other names. Obviously, names like Isaac Seumalo and let's see, there's another one that I had in mind. Like Isaac Seumalo, A'Shawn Robinson seems like he may be headed elsewhere. A lot of the names that Bears fans have been looking at, Marcus Davenport, they did not end up on Chicago, right? Tumultuous, to use your answer, it is how much do they need to spend to get to the floor? About $40 million, whether that's them or somebody, or whether that's on their own players or on external players. Joe, let's see. You mentioned, what's my take on, Seumalo signed with the Steelers, exactly, Mike. Then, Joe, you mentioned you'd love to hear my take on Jalen Carter. I'll tell you, my thoughts on Jalen Carter are as simple as he's an extremely talented football player, and given the situation, if I can be honest with you, Joe, I can tell you I really love his tape. Who doesn't love his tape? And that I don't think that we're going to be capable of answering the important questions here. It reminds me a little bit, Joe, of the way I've tried to talk about George Pickens since he got selected by the Steelers, and a lot more teams than just Chicago passed up on him. It is as simple, right, as, and yes, tumultuous, it does include rookies. It is, actually, I think it's after rookies. I think Brad accounted for that when he told me it was 40. Anyways, it's as simple as a lot of this is going to depend on how Jalen Carter interviews, on whether he's owning it, on whether he's going to, on whether the coaches believe his side of the side. I don't know, right? Sitting in a room with him, do they like the guy? I mean, so I hate to make it so, so inevaluatable, I guess. I made to make it something that we don't get a say on, but if they don't think that Jalen Carter loves football, that's going to make a difference to them. If they think Jalen Carter loves football and ended up in the wrong time in the wrong place, then that matters too. And frankly, that may mean that if he slides through 8 teams, that the Bears may select him at 9 and just thank their lucky stars that they got the chance to get him all. I'll tell you that the pro day that he had doesn't really matter, but it did not look good. I mean, he looked as if he was going through it mentally, which why wouldn't he be? I mean, this is a kid who had the chance to be the number one overall pick in the draft, not even joking. I mean, at least that was probably where his mind was at, right? Him and his agent. But then all of a sudden he starts to drop, and for reasons that feel entirely outside of his control, especially given that he did not commit a crime, he just ended up in, at least based on the official story, as wrong a place and as wrong a time as you can end up in, obviously a situation that I don't know the whole story, so I'm not going to risk going into. And exactly like you're saying, Joe, I completely hear you. I tend to, let's put it this way, Joe, there are a lot of people out there that are going to tell you, oh, I'm out on Jalen Carter, or, oh, I'm still in on Jalen Carter. And I'll honestly put my hands in the air and say, man, I don't know. Like, I couldn't tell you. I don't feel as if I can comment at this point, because I feel as if Jalen Carter's issues are obviously not a question of talent, but there have been stories that have been told like this in the NFL, both in the affirmative, like Randy Moss, like you just mentioned, and in the not so affirmative, like in the Albert Hainsworth case, right? Where sometimes talent isn't the question. It's just a matter of whether or not the person, I don't know, fits your culture, whether you like them and want to coach them, and everything in between. All the stuff you and I never get to hear because we're not going to be in the interview room. Evan, thank you so much. You have no idea how much that helps out. I found a brand new college All-22 film bank, and it's like $20 a month, which is not to be like, help me. It's fine. But as you can see with the dono goal tonight, that's definitely what we're funding so that I can dig even deeper and show even more on Twitter as far as draft stuff goes. Let's see. Christian, you mentioned even ignoring the moral issues. Dude has red flags with conditioning and motivation. Christian, we don't know that. That's the thing. Because if you told me, Christian, okay, so let's use an example, right? If you told me Jalen Carter was an extraordinarily talented young man who knew that he was going to go extraordinarily high in the draft and therefore mailed in his last season after his season before last, like he showed the tape that he did, I don't know. We could invent all kinds of very reasonable but somewhat outlandish theories. At least we would not be employing Occam's razor. Let's put it that way. And so within that, we could come up with all sorts of ways that Jalen Carter could be an outrageously good pro, but we don't know. Right? You and I are reading tea leaves. And that's, let's see, Spectre, you mentioned... Let's see. Do we happen to have Tommy film? We can get some. If not, where I can just download it in the background and we can go through it later. Let's see. Jordan, I truly couldn't tell you whether we what the answer is. I mean, the football administration may be equally fickle. George, for crying out loud, could very well issue an edict saying, absolutely no, you cannot take this kid. Even more possible, there could be a chance that Ryan Poles says, yeah, Jalen Carter's great, but, we didn't end up with a right tackle in free agency, so we're just going to go ahead and draft Broderick Jones or Paris Johnson. They could. I don't know what decisions they're going to make. We obviously don't know. But there's all kinds of ways that we could take a look at, there's all kinds of ways that the Bears could put the puzzle together. I mean, they effectively started, if we were going to make a stained glass window, per se, let's see, so if we had a little stained glass window here, which if you guys don't know, stained glass windows are famous for being basically a bunch of little broken pieces put together. So the Bears started out with just a frame, right? They added a couple pieces here and there. DJ Moore is a good chunk of the puzzle, right? But they've still got tons of little holes within, within what's going on here. Let me see. Okay. I thought I'd set this to where, let's see, is it... That is obviously not it, is it? There it is. Okay, so it's control that I was using. Yeah. That'll do. Jordan, I tend to actually agree with you. I think Van Ness at 9 makes a lot of sense. I think if they don't have a tackle, that's going to really mess with their head. Like, that's the trouble. Let me drink some coffee as we really start to sink into this. I do tend to agree with you, Joe, that his tape is fantastic. It is truly just a matter of how is he in all the rooms that we don't have access to. Joe, as far as, okay, are you about to tell me, Joe, that you want me to... so let's put it this way, Joe. I think there are a lot of people that are saying that Peter Skoronski absolutely cannot play tackle, and that's ridiculous. I also think that a lot of the people that want Peter Skoronski to be able to play tackle are not looking in the eye that Peter Skoronski right now profiles as an absolutely outrageously good NFL guard. And guard, in these conversations, it always turns into tackle is better than guard. Almost like tackle is the elevated position of an offensive lineman, and that guards are just easy to find. And have Jermaine Ifedi and Rashad Coward and all sorts of these players taught us nothing? Like, have we learned absolutely nothing from how good Quentin Nelson is and what he can do to a football game? Have we learned nothing from what Jason Kelsey at the center spot can do within a football game? At what Trent, well, obviously everybody looks at Trent Williams, right? And they say, look at what a tackle can do for you. But at the same time, I mean, within my opinion, I will tell you with an open eye that, like, I think everybody keeps making the Peter Skoronski thing a conversation that it isn't. I actually don't know if there are very many people that are saying Peter Skoronski will fail at tackle, do not play him at tackle. I tend to think that Peter Skoronski could handle himself at tackle, but at guard, he may be one of the best prospects we've seen in years. And so, let's see, if Skoronski is drafted at guard, who does he replace? Brandon? It's not going to be Nate Davis. Chances are it would be Tevin Jenkins. And so, where would Tevin Jenkins move to? I don't know. I think we talked a little bit about Tevin last week, but there seems to be a lot of stuff that's up in the air. I mean, I really don't want to get into rumors, but and so I'm not going to. Truly, that is all I'm going to say about that. But we are talking about somebody with a lot of injury question marks, and if the Bears brought somebody in to force him to compete, I don't have a problem with it. It's all depending on how the Bears want to play this, because I tend to think that there are a bunch of players across this offensive line that if we went through, we would call it a question mark, right? Tevin Jenkins is a question mark. Cody Whitehair at center, he's a question mark. Braxton Jones, probably a question mark, a small one that we're very excited about, but a question mark nevertheless. Let's see. Do you hear echo, Alessandro? Let me open the door then, because I was wondering about that. See, this is why I need you guys. Without you telling me what is and isn't working, how would the stream ever get any better? Do I need to fill the room with a little bit more stuff? We're in the process of trying to overhaul it and improve the background feel, but maybe opening the door help that out a little bit. Yeah, exactly, Alessandro. Now the sound has somewhere to go, right? Let's see, Big Joe Bears. Have I heard anything about Nate Davis's attitude? So, Big Joe Bears, I'll tell you what, like, when I watch Nate Davis, so I've heard a little bit, like, the rumors that he clashed with the staff, and I couldn't tell you what was going on. Like, I wouldn't know. I've looked into it a little bit, but since I'm not connected to the, since I'm not connected at all to, like, the Titans staff or anybody within that organization, I have no idea. I can tell you that Nate Davis's tape is a lot of fun. I love the attitude that he brings. Most importantly, this is my favorite part. If I was going to highlight one word in Davis's tape that I really, really love, let's go with a different color for this. Let's go with the old pink, right? Consistent. Nate Davis is not, so no O-lineman is truly perfectly consistent. Even some of the best, like Joe Thomas, have their moments, right? But Nate Davis plays the same way every time. I can tell you what blocks he can hit. I can tell you what blocks he can't hit. I can tell you what will get him in pass pro. I can tell you what won't. And most importantly, there's nothing that I look at and I say, if you do that to him, he is toast, and he's toast quick, right? Mustipher has his own issues. Whitehair and Jenkins, I think we would all agree, guys. Whitehair and Jenkins can play football. The biggest problem that post-injury Cody Whitehair had, and the problem that Tevin Jenkins had all year, is that when they lost really fast and really hard. And that's problematic, because if you are going to lose, obviously lose as slowly as possible. You'd almost take a lineman like Braxton Jones was at the end of the year, where if you're going to lose, you're just going to lose slowly, right? And even if that means you lose often, if you lose often but slowly, you give your quarterback a chance to react instead of next to no real ability to create a play out of the impending pressure that comes. So I don't know what's going to happen within this. Like, I tend to think that there's a lot of ways for the Bears to help put the offensive line pie together. The biggest problem with this conversation is year one. That's effectively what we're starting. Like 2023 in this case. Wait, say that again, John? They lost so fast that Next Gen Stats often recorded the rusher as a free. Is that serious? Are you kidding me? Like, I would believe you, John. Like, is that real? Because truly there were times when they just skated straight through the offensive line, they being opposing rushers, and it was just terrible to watch. We watched it all year. That is insane. That is insane. Pass rush win rate is apparently fake news. That's wild. But so, taking a look at that, like the biggest problem that we have, of course, Big Joe, that's what I'm here for. Like the biggest problem that the Bears have is that in year one, they need their rookie to produce at offensive tackle right now. I don't love that. For instance, let me see, Jordan, I know you're in here. Let's use some examples, right? Is Anton Harrison going to be a really good tackle? I mean, he sure looks like it, right? Is Darnell Wright going to be a good tackle in the NFL, especially if he sheds like 20 pounds? More than likely, right? Is Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse going to be a good tackle? I think so. Like, so far, just to be clear, Jordan, we said yes, yes, and yes. Are all three of these guys, or any of these three guys, going to be good immediately? That's a different question, right? Like, jumping straight to the NFL, where you just step right in and you face down the Myles Garretts of the world. Is that easy? I mean, it's definitely different. And so within that, I tend to think that the Bears, who they're trying to make the team better for the future, but they're also trying to make the offensive line in particular good for next year. Eric, you mentioned earlier that the McGlinchey contract seemed like a bizarre departure from what the Bears were doing throughout the rest of the offseason. This is why, right? It's because the offensive line is one of the only positions, now that DJ Moore has been added, that absolutely needs to be better than it was last year, hands down. Period. Like that, Eric, you and I are on the same page, aren't we? Like within this, now, Prabhat, we haven't done mock drafts yet. We'll go wherever you guys want to go. But so within this, I look at the Bears situation saying, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to have an awful lot of options. I actually really love Lucas Van Ness as a 3-tech prospect. I think that there's plenty of decent 3-tech prospects, but in the same way as we look at tackle versus, or like tackle in round 1 versus tackle in round 2, same applies, where the 3-techs in round 2, we're talking about like Adetomiwa Adeboare, we're talking about I cannot, every time I try to say his last name, Tuipolo. When I look at it, it makes sense to me again. There's some edge rushers that also qualify in here, but so you've got a lot of different players that if you kicked them inside, they would rule more than likely, but they're not going to rule immediately, right? It's going to take a little time. I mean, to use an example, Eric, that's really common. I mean, Greg Gabriel talked about this in the latest article that he wrote on Windy City Gridiron, but Henry Melton was a defensive end at Texas, moved inside, played 3-tech for the rest of his career. NFL 3-tech is weird, right? Where you're trying to play at 290, going up against offensive linemen that you have lost a 20 to 25 pound advantage on, but you still have to stymie them in the run game in one gap and consistently win as a pass rusher. The reason Van Ness makes a lot of sense as a 3-tech is because of that outrageous power that he has, right? The power that he plays with at just 275. If he added 15 pounds in the pants, he's got the length, the wingspan. He's got the power in his hands. He's got the lower body. He can develop a little bit more pass rush, but you slot him inside immediately, and he could cook some guards with the toolbox that he has. And I'm not about to tell you within this concept that I know for a fact that Van Ness would be on the level of DeForest Buckner, but that's the kind of player you're looking at. Kalijah Kancey is a very good player. I'll tell you, the fact that his arms are as short as they are worries me a little bit, but this is my first real season being heavy into draft stuff. Last year, I would say that I was half involved. The years before that, I was never involved. This year, there's a lot of these guys that I can actually say, okay, I have watched the film. I want to see how this player performs in what you would call it. How this player performs in the NFL and start to work backwards and figure out what I'm missing. For instance, I feel really weak on my corner evals. I'm so confident in them. You'll hear about them on Building the Board. I love my safety evals. I think I'm good at safety. Corner, I tend to just pick the big, long guys. The big, long guys that are fast. I mean, call it simple, right? But a Julius Brents, to me, makes a lot more sense than a Garrett Williams, which is not to say that the Deonte Bankses out there can't just blow me away, because he did, right? But guys like Cam, oh my gosh, I just posted about him. Is it Cam Smith out of South Carolina? Guys like Darius Rush, like changeovers that are as big and tall and fast and smooth in the hips, and they can disrupt at the point of attack, but they can also run with people and play functionally any defense you want to. I love it. I mean, I get the hype, because in the NFL today, if you can't disrupt the guy across from you, then DJ Moore is going to run right around you. Does that make sense, guys? If you can't disrupt at all, you have to be legendarily fast to keep up with a lot of these guys. Whether it's catch man, true man, or press man at the line, whatever you're playing, on third downs, when your defensive coordinator calls some form of man coverage, even if it's like cover 3, you see this in cover 3, where people convert they'll convert cover, 3 to sort of a catch man assignment out on the line of scrimmage. Let's see. I'll get us to this and you can take a look. So if we line up like this, right? And then we take a look at what we've got. So normally we would have, let's say, a cover 3 assignment. I love that the Eagles gave us a single high safety to look at. You will see in plenty of cases that if a receiver runs out like this and the guy's cover 3 corner, cover 3 corner, cover 3 corner, they may flip their hips and convert and try to play some form of man at the top of their stem, because they understand it's third down, and usually the NFL defender is aware of the sticks. It depends, right? But so within that, I tend to look at a lot of these corners and just gravitate towards the big, long guys, because when you've got an ACL issue, Jordan, I'll throw a name at you. I think his name is Clark Phillips III, the Utah corner. I know it's Phillips in the last part. Help me understand the hype. I think there are I've seen a lot of people that I'm as a second and third round corner, and I'm like, not only is he small, but he's slow. and help me understand what I'm missing, because I see the sweep foot frequency, but sweep foot frequency and under testing works a lot better when it's Jaden Reed, a receiver who controls the action, than when you're a corner and you don't. And while I see a little bit of anticipation, I mean, he's got to be playing with incredible anticipation, or he's just going to get destroyed at the NFL level, because NFL players are fast. I mean, it's an unavoidable truth, right? Why do you think DBs go out here and they so commonly run 4.35s? Has anybody thought about this? It's because the receiver gets to choose when to break. The corner has to break with him or right behind him. And so because of that, if the corner isn't literally faster than the NFL wide receiver, the NFL wide receiver wins in a true contest of speed. And it's brutal. It's sad for a lot of these guys. I mean, Take somebody like Kindle Vildor. I mean, he came from a relatively small school. He's playing in the NFL. The fact that he is starting NFL games is incredible. We gave guys like Kindle Vildor and frankly even Sam Mustipher way too hard a time because I always feel bad, right? It was the second year of having to watch Sam Mustipher start almost every game. And I kept having to point out to you guys that center is a big problem, but you look at the player himself, he's UDFA. He's a guy with next to no real draft pedigree. It's tough out there for guys like him. Oh man, Mango, you have no idea. I don't know if you could build. Okay, so what Mango said, thank you so much, by the way. And remember, if you do donate literally any amount and include a question or a statement, I'm going to acknowledge it immediately. So when you take a look at a guy like Christian Gonzalez, I mean, I don't know. I know everybody here, I know many people here are close enough to Illinois that you're going to be thinking about the Illini player, Devin Witherspoon, up in the top of the draft. But Oregon's corner, Christian Gonzalez, it would be tough to sculpt out of clay a better cover two corner. It would be tough to build somebody better fit for the Bears defense than Christian Gonzalez at Oregon. And oh gosh, he is amazing. Fluid hips, crazy speed, but maybe most importantly, I would argue he's got a tackles jam. I mean, he's got the arm length and the punch of an offensive tackle, and the physicality that he plays with pre and mid route are just astounding. Turu, in true best player available, he should be an option at 9. In the Bears' circumstance, I don't know if they have equipped themselves to draft best player available, which, hey, it's kind of a shame. But at the same time, they're trying to build brick by brick. And I can respect what they're trying to do. A lot of this comes down to, let's be very clear about exactly what the standard is, right? It is as simple as the Bears are going to line up sometime in early September, right? They're going to line up week 1. They're going to play. How good is that team? How good is the team in March? I care a little bit, but the Bears have so much cap space that they are not done. The Bears are still in the process, more than likely, of adding draft capital in some form or fashion. We don't know what these first 8 picks are going to look like. Pro days are still going on within this conversation. I mean, maybe there's an element of the fact that I don't want to be critical of the fact that, I don't want to be one of these people that says, if I can be blunt with you guys, the Bears didn't do what I wanted them to do and therefore it's bad. I think that's silly analysis, right? Analysis in and of itself is taking a look at what the Bears did and assessing whether it worked or not. And I like to make that the hallmark of this channel if I can, or at least the hallmark of my brand, right? When the Bears make a decision, we assess, did it work? The Jimmy Graham move, we knew it wasn't going to work because we knew what Graham could and couldn't do, and that it was going to make it tough to make that worth $12 million a year. Do we follow? Within the Bears right now, I like all of their signings. I mean, the signings that they have brought in right now, the trade that they made to add DJ Moore, truly better trade than I think I could have dreamed up. I told you guys way more than once, on way more than one stream, that I thought something like DJ Moore was off the table. Because, to quote myself, why on earth would Carolina ever willingly get rid of the best thing that they could possibly offer a young quarterback? And so I like when they make a trip, or when they make, a trade like that, there's a lot of things that they could do in free agency that are just I'm going to give grace because you already did more within the trade than I anticipated. So the fact that you didn't make the move, okay, do I love the fact that there's not a tackle been picked yet? No. But at the same time, the Bears haven't picked up a bad tackle either, right? And so within that, I look at it and it's okay, there's a hole. we all see there's a hole. But if the Bears handed $9 million for over or if the Bears handed a $9 million AAV 3-year contract with 2.5 years guaranteed to Cam Fleming, because that's what it took to win the negotiation, that would kind of suck, right? And if the Bears handed Mike McGlinchey $18.5 million so that they could, so that he could come in and be a sub-average pass blocker, we would be mad, right? There is a ceiling for all this stuff. 3 years guaranteed to be, what is it? Who signed him? The Broncos. To be what the Broncos hope is an average tackle, that's not a great move, right? Is it a move that we want because we can? Is it a move that we want because it makes them better? There's a lot of reasons to philosophically want this kind of thing, right? But the moves that the Bears, I like the way you put it, Spectre. The Bears' moves that they have made have been relatively good, if not outright good, mostly across the board. There is a question that I will always pose because, again, we like to keep everything as moderate as possible. Can a linebacker ever be worth $18 million? I will pose that question until the end of time at this point. But within that, I get what they're looking for in Tremaine Edmunds. You're not going to find that guy outside the draft. So the fact that you got that chance to find him outside the draft off of a bizarre cap coincidence, I get jumping on it. I really do. I mean, that to me screams like a head coach that bangs the table and says, if you don't sign him, then I want one of those second-round picks to be a linebacker, absolute minimum. And Poles rolled his eyes and said, well, we got the cap space, so let's just sign the guy. And I tend to agree with you, John, that by not signing a long-term right tackle solution, Poles lost flexibility. But it's also worth mentioning, John, you can't actually sign Mike McGlinchey and then bench him, right? That's not flexible either. That's just a solution. And so a lot of that depends on, did you think Mike McGlinchey was very good? Almost everybody in this chat, if I had to guess, would have said Mike McGlinchey is way overrated. So do you want to pay for somebody that you think is overrated? And I don't know. I mean, that seems like a hard sell. If you sign an Isaiah Wynn to a 3-year, 1.5-year guaranteed, $6 million AAV, you can replace him. Like, he could be your swing tackle, and you could not worry about it at any point. But so, like, that's the thing, Eric. Like, Poles had a number that he thought he was worth. The Broncos pushed it above there, and he ended up going in a different direction. I get why Poles wanted to do that. That's the thing. Like, I'm making it sound like McGlinchey is exclusively a bad move. I'm really trying to point out that within the context of the Bears had they had wide receiver, and they had offensive line circled amongst the position boards. And when DJ Moore came over to Chicago, they more than likely crossed receiver offense and were good there. And then offensive line, they added Nate Davis. So, like, we could do this. But there's obviously still another line or two that we could add to really solidify the offensive line pie. And that's what everybody's frustrated about, right? Is that it's not solidified, right? That it's a dashed line where a line should be, you know? And I get it. Like, I'm in a similar place, but at the same time, right now, the Bears don't seem like they have any albatross contracts on the roster. The market for Darnell Mooney and Cole Kmet seems to have come crashing down. This is pretty good news. Like, I hate to take money out of guys' pockets, but it's pretty good news that the Bears' ancillary pass catchers may or may not right now be worth $5 million each, less than I thought they might be. Because with an exploding cap, I thought for sure wide receiver 2s would be getting the Christian Kirk deal, especially with somebody like Mooney who has a 1,000-yard season under his belt, right? Wrong. It looks as if right now he could get $15.5 million, or like a year over year, that you could potentially get Cole Kmet for as little as $8 to $9 million, like AAV. It's very different setup than it used to be. Ron, how you doing? 120 viewers is amazing, guys. I mean, truly. I thought for sure when we started out at 35, I was like, yeah, this feels like a 55 picker. Mr. Myrtle, I can't believe I didn't get to you this. Polls on Steelers on draft day. I want my picks back, all of them. I agree. Like, if the Bears got the chance to trade back with the Steelers and get 32 back, that would be awesome. I wonder if the Steelers would do it. I mean, that's going to depend on what they need and whether that guy falls, right? You need somebody to jump up. You need somebody to actually need to come up. It's the whole, we've talked about this on the channel before, right? If you're going to trade back, you need to have somebody there that is worth trading up for. So you have to give up on something there, right? If that's Jalen Carter, but it gets the Bears back to 16, sweet. If that's let's see if that, yeah, honestly, 17 to 49 is sweet. Like, let's see, I would love John. Yeah, I mean that's the dream, isn't it? Like if the Bears scored that, that'd be sweet. Yeah, Josh, I get that. I think corner could be bait, Eric. I think Jalen Carter could be bait. I think Van Ness could be bait. I think JSN might be bait, right? Like I think Quentin Johnston probably won't be bait. I mean, it seems like the league is. I don't know. Me personally, I've got Johnston as my wide receiver too. Like, I'm not trying to be an Addison hater. If I was going to like rank it for you guys, I've got JSN as number 1. 2, I've got Quentin Johnston. 3, I've got Zay. 4, I've got Addison. And then 5, I've got Hyatt. I'm a threshold guy, Jordan, so the fact that Josh is as small as he is really bothers me. I think that Zay has all of the characteristics that you're looking for. It's not a great receiver draft. I'm not about to pretend it's an amazing receiver draft, but I think a lot of these guys could do a lot of things for you, and I will tell you that that's the thing, Evan. That's the thing, right? Within this, like, I would tell you that if we were talking, this is overall, right? Overall. But if we were talking just ceiling, the roster changes a little bit. Like, if we're talking just ceiling, I mean, Quentin Johnston's number 1. I think JSN is number 2 at that point. The absolute ceiling for Addison is awesome. So I think Addy comes in number 3. The Hyatt ceiling... the problem is, John, is that I think a lot of people recognize that Hyatt's dog. Like, I like Jalen Hyatt a whole doggone lot, but what is he going to do? Like, is he going to be a superstar Z receiver? Where does he fit in? Everybody goes, oh, he's a deep threat. And I'm like, have you seen the deep threats in the NFL? They all do something different. Like, DJ Moore is a deep threat. DJ Moore is all kinds of things. DJ Moore is one of the best intermediate attackers in the NFL. DJ Moore is a quick fire separator on short packages on the outside. DJ Moore will beat you in a post, a corner, a go, a dig. Like, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Whereas a guy like Hyatt, he runs very fast. And even then, he didn't blow the doors off the combine. I'm not saying I don't like Hyatt. Clearly I do, right? But I don't think Jalen Hyatt is as easy to use as people think he is. I think he'll be a sweet threat. I think a guy like, let's put it this way, Jordan, why is Hyatt there and not somebody like Josh Downs? It's because somebody like Hyatt, I mean, even if he comes in and does what people think he might, you've got a Will Fuller on your hands, and if you could get a healthy Will Fuller on your team, that is a nasty, nasty, nasty player. It's just that he does that one thing. Right. And so let's see. You mentioned Joe is next year's. So I can tell you I'm not so into draft stuff that I know, but I can tell you 2 players that I look at and say Mario Williams on USC, I think is a better receiver than Jordan Addison, and Marvin Harrison on Ohio State is the real deal. So those 2 receivers are really, really sweet, and they're good enough that I tend to think that, like, whatever happens, you got major options. I'll tell you other receivers that I think look sweet. A.T. Perry is not going to be like in the ceiling top 5, but he's this draft's other chance at a true X receiver besides just Quentin Johnston. I'll tell you if you wanted an argument, all you nerds out there, love you guys, that may or may not hate on Quentin Johnston, like, here's the argument for him. Okay? If you go back and you watch TCU's offense, and one of these days we will, probably this is the last free agency stream, depending on what the Bears do, right? But so then we'll start digging into draft stuff. The best thing I could say about a guy like Quentin Johnston is that TCU asked literally all their receivers to play like a small receiver on TCU's roster named Darius Davis, right? They wanted footwork. They wanted Z receiver and slot receiver routes. They wanted you to get open with your feet and not with your body, right? They wanted you to punish with speed and run set collegiate style spread option plays. They're not spread option. They're just spread pass plays, air raid style plays that would help out a Max Duggan that was not as good a thrower as I think some wanted to believe that he is, and would make things as easy on him as possible. And Quentin Johnston still caught well over 1,000 yards as a Z receiver when he coulda, shoulda, woulda been playing X. He just didn't get the routes to play X receiver in the standard sense. So I can tell you, we don't really know what he looks like out there. It is similar in a way to the Kevin White thing, right? I know everybody wants to make the Kevin White comparison. I think the Kevin White situation is as close as you get, where you say he played in the Big 12. Nobody really steps up and says, like, we're going to have a dominant X receiver in the Big 12, right? Everybody's running these, like, spread, like, quick routes, drags over the middle, like, get open, stay open, take advantage of space, those sorts of things, right? And so the idea would be that Quentin Johnston, if once he got to the NFL, might get asked to do a little bit more, like, let's call it Alec Pierce stuff, like, X receiver. I'd say DK Metcalf, but DK Metcalf puts himself in a league of his own, right? And if he goes out there, there's as much chance as anything else that with his frame, with his weight, with his, like, with the physical abilities that he displayed at the combine, that he might dominate out there. But we don't know. we don't know. And you won't know. So you're going to have to take a chance, right? And within that, I would definitely take the risk if I was in the 20s. Like, I would think about it if I was in the 15s. But I think JSN is just too good at what JSN is to pass up if you're looking for a receiver. I respect all the wonderful and amazing Bears fans out here that are like, go get JSN. And I'm like, I love JSN. I'm the JSN guy. Like, I think that, I think JSN is going to rule in the league. I tend to think that with DJ Moore on the team, Darnell Mooney is going to at least attempt to do 80% of what JSN could do for you. And that if you added JSN to the roster, you're going to end up with a little too much redundancy. Redundancy can be a good thing, but for a quarterback like Fields, okay, let's use another example. A quarterback like Hurts, right? Jalen Hurts. Do you think it helps Jalen Hurts that Jalen Hurts could sit back and, that Jalen Hurts could sit back and understand that he had two receivers he was reasonably looking for, right? That, like, when Jalen Hurts dropped back in the pocket, if he couldn't find Devontae Smith, he could look for A.J. Brown. If he couldn't find A.J. Brown, he could look for Devontae Smith. Yes, he had Dallas Goedert. Yes, he had more than that. But if push came to shove, he was looking for two guys, if even one, right? And so within that, I tend to think that Justin Fields, let's just see him with two and a decent line. First things first. That's not a losing strategy. It's probably not a winning strategy in the playoffs, right? But it's certainly not a losing strategy, especially when Harrison, to your point, the guy playing wide receiver 3 at that point, Chase Claypool, is no slouch. So if you add JSN, you got to get rid of somebody. And so within, like, I don't know. Like, I love Jackson Smith-Njigba, but adding, like, effectively Chris Olave in DJ Moore gives you everything that I was asking for, where now you just switch the role. I expected Mooney to stay outside where he's fine, and JSN dominate on the inside. Instead, Mooney pushes inside where he's frankly a little better than he was in the outside and in the intermediate, and DJ Moore then can play on the outside. So New England, the big question there is, do you trust that rookie, the offensive tackle you're talking about, to start immediately? Because right now, that's kind of what the team needs, right? It's dramatic, isn't it? Like, okay, let's put it this way. Do I know for a fact that Broderick Jones is going to be a better offensive tackle, New England Bears fan, than Jalen Duncan, than Wanya Morris, than some of these other developmental tackles that you see further down the draft? I don't know. I mean, who does, right? Look at Abraham Lucas and compare him to Evan Neal. Right now, there are people that would take Lucas, and Lucas was in the 3rd round. But who are they going to be in 5 years? Great question. I mean, guys develop for a reason. right? And so within that, I tend to think that the Bears may be looking for a player that they can just slot and play, and that'll play a little bit better than Braxton did. Braxton had a very normal career, right? Like, especially for a fifth-round rookie. If anything, he's massively overperforming. Braxton makes it look like anybody can develop like that. But remember the reps that Ji'Ayer Carter had. The 4 reps that he got, and immediately they pulled him within a Week 17 game where the Bears pulled their quarterback 3 to put in their quarterback 4. Carter could not hang for even that long because that's what a normal late-round rookie looks like no matter what your RAS is. So I do tend to think a lot of people have said, okay, the Bears just found a starter in the 5th round. Like, imagine what they'll do when they get a second rounder. These are not the same. If anything, when you flip a coin and it lands on heads, yes, there's the law of independent probability, but it becomes less likely that you're going to land heads a second time. Like, at least that you're going to chain 3 heads together. Right? I understand the law of independent probability that technically that's the same flip every time. I know. But saying the Bears hit on one, therefore they will hit on another, gets a little dangerous. So if I got to pick New England Bears fan, I think it makes more sense to prioritize tackle higher up. Like, I think that whether you're taking him at 9 or you trade back and you take him a little bit later, if the Bears get one of the top 3 tackles in the class, then you have a very good shot of landing a very, very good player. Now, who are those top 3 tackles? The beauty is in the eye of the beholder there. Like, I'll tell you, I love Paris Johnson, Broderick Jones, Darnell Wright, and I think Anton Harrison can flat play. Like, those 4 guys, especially, I have to count on Wright losing a little bit of weight. Because at 330, I don't think he can move well. But obviously, his mock draftable floored me. Where, like, I had no idea Darnell Wright could run the 40 like that. He sure doesn't show it when he's pulling in the Tennessee offense. Wouldn't surprise me if he basically improved his overall conditioning to play a completely different game, right? Skoronski's another sweet pick, honestly. Like, I think, let's see, Ron, is it fair to assume Braxton will improve? I think it's fair to assume that Braxton will be a lot better than he started the season. Will he be as good as he ended the season? We never know. Because you got to remember, Ron, that what Braxton has going against him is that NFL teams have 17 weeks of film on Braxton Jones to analyze and exploit, right? Now Aiden Hutchinson knows who he's going up against. In the early goings of the season, they didn't. They just, I don't know. Are they really going to go through Southern Utah's film? If it's week 1, probably. But if it's week 2, they're probably just going to watch the game, right? WFM, Skoronski's conversation is bizarre. Let's see, is having long arms a cheat code to selecting a good offensive tackle? Okay, so I have a silly metaphor, and it doesn't really work, but ride with me, okay? Arm length, and athleticism. Think of it like trying to equate the hero level of Superman and Batman, right? Batman is what you get when somebody apparently has absolutely all of the intangibles, as well as a whole lot of money, right? And uses them well, if not perfectly, and also gets lucky at the same time. He is as good as you will get. But how many people can be Batman? Not that many. How many people are going to be a Batman-level superhero without superpowers? Probably not that many. It's rare for a reason, and frankly, it's remarkable for a reason. Superman, though, he has all of the powers you could ask for. How many guys like Superman are going to be a poor hero? Well, it depends. I mean, what are the guy's intangibles? What's his work ethic? Does he love saving people? Does he like people at all? Like, there's a whole lot of questions. Obviously, we're deep in the metaphor, but I don't know, it's March 21st. Like, let me have fun with this. But when you have those kinds of intangibles, you can make different mistakes, right? You have more wiggle room. Let's use an example. DeJuan Jones. If you do know or don't know about DeJuan Jones has like 36.5-inch arms. I mean, he's got 4-inch arms longer than Skoronski. That means, like, really, go get a ruler. That's like this much longer than Peter Skoronski, right? Is DeJuan Jones as good a mover as Peter Skoronski? No. Is DeJuan Jones as powerful with his punch as Peter Skoronski? Not quite, right? But with those arms and with his stride distance and with the other things that make DeJuan Jones who he is, he's got a lot more room for error. He can miss the first punch because it is a given he will win first contact. And so, since no one can outreach him, if he misses one punch, he's got much more room to counter. Whereas somebody like Peter Skoronski, who you almost know that he's going to get outreached, he has to be perfect on every rep. And if he's not perfect on every rep, he will lose various reps. How important are those reps? Good question. We'd have to watch. But the problem is, 82, Ryan, you mentioned that awful rep against Van Ness is a good example of what some of the trouble Skoronski could have due to shorter arms. I mean, you got to remember, 82, that, like, it's worse than that. Like, I hate saying this, right? Lucas Van Ness is not as good right now. Lucas Van Ness is not as good as probably the top 30 edge rushers in football. Like, I mean, you tell me, guys. Like, I think given an offseason, and given probably half a season of practice on top of that, Van Ness will improve quickly. But this is like Aiden Hutchinson at the start of the season. Would we all agree that Aiden Hutchinson at the end of the season was a dominant defender? But Aiden Hutchinson at the start of the season, he was still figuring it out, right? And so if Skoronski is going to give up an awful rep like that against Lucas Van Ness, what's going to happen when he goes up against Myles Garrett? Like, when he goes up against TJ Watt, when he goes up against Aiden Hutchinson, when he goes up against Zadarius Smith, when he goes up against Rashawn Gary, there is a laundry list of amazing edge rushers that are in the NFL, and it is a death march of competition on a week-to-week basis. It's what makes tackle at the NFL so hard. If you can't beat those guys, you can't hang. And so, like, that's the thing, WFM, right? Like, it's not fair. It's not easy. There isn't really a G League equivalent, because if you stack these guys up against Travis Gibson, I hate to say it, who cares, right? But you have to beat Brian Burns. And then the next week, you have to beat an in-prime Robert Quinn. And then the next week, you have to beat a like Khalil Mack in his prime. And the next week, you have to go up against Max Crosby. And the next week, you have to go up against Myles Garrett. And the next week, you have to go up against TJ Watt. And the next week, Joey Bosa. Next week, Nick Bosa. Next week, Hassan Reddick. Like, it is hard to play tackle in the NFL. So when you have 36-inch arms and a perfect frame and outstanding athleticism like what Paris Johnson has, it helps. And when you go up and when you've got the outstanding athleticism, because Broderick Jones is kind of like watching Darnell Washington, where he makes 315 look like it's 260. Like, it helps when you can play like a superstar. It helps. And when Peter Skoronski, who's kind of small, moves inside to guard, all those things become advantages. That's what you got to remember. Getting out leveraged on the edge, it's completely different on the inside, where shorter arms help you impart more power in the run game and crank open holes that other people just can't crank open. Literally all of the things that we would talk about and say, ooh, that's an issue out of tackle, become advantages when Peter Skoronski is going to war with the guy across from him. And so I don't have an issue smiling and saying, I think he could be an all-pro guard. I think he could be an all-pro guard extremely quickly. And within that, like, I don't think that has to be, this black mark that we always make it, right? We did this with Quentin Nelson, where it was like, he can play tackle. You're hurting my guy by saying he can't play tackle. Yeah, Pete can play tackle, but he's going to be a better guard. And it's not easy in the NFL. We watched Caleb McGarry's film. Caleb McGarry looks like a really strong guard playing tackle, and it's got its problems. You know, I didn't want him for a reason. He was going to be an awful lot of money for a player that just wasn't really going to give that. I don't know. Drex, the complicated piece to this whole thing is whether or not you, honestly, the complicated piece to this is whether or not you trust Tevin Jenkins, like literally in any capacity. I mean, did you trust? It does, Bennett. You're exactly right. That black mark exists based on tackle compensation, but it wouldn't surprise me because we're starting to see the market level out, right? We're starting to see guard get paid closer and closer to the tackle region, right? Yeah, I know, Josh, right? We're just talking ball in the most philosophical sense. You guys ask good questions. And so when you do, I mean, what am I going to do? Like, I'm going to sit here and answer them. Joe, do you take the all-pro guard or the prototypical tackle? Me personally, since the Bears have a deep need at tackle, I take the prototypical tackle. I think it's harder to find those, right? You could sign the Nate Davises to get you good guard play. You can't really sign a tackle for cheap, right? So let's see. Exactly, Eric. At least moving Tev over that. So the hard part for me with Tevin Jenkins, like, okay, let's put the work ethic thing aside. We don't know. If we're going to do that with Jalen Carter, we're going to do that with Tevin Jenkins, who's extremely likable. I like to think we all like him. Everything in between, right? So within this context, the question becomes, were you counting on Kevin White in his third season, right? We have now had 2 season-ending injuries for Tevin Jenkins, and do not technically me on the fact that Tevin Jenkins' first injury wasn't season-ending. I would argue with you it was just like a season non-starter. Like, he got in late in the season, but he had next to no conditioning under his belt. He had no training camp whatsoever. He was sitting in meeting rooms, and then he got thrown out there to play a couple of games. That does not matter to me. They shut him down for a reason, right? Then, the season after that, he had a season-ending injury with his neck. Got carted off the field. I mean, I'm not gonna under-address that. Like, it's easy for us to be like, well, you know, he got back on the field. Yeah, after everybody else got hurt. Like, the Bears basically ran dry on offensive line. And so, within that, should we trust Tevin Jenkins to be a penciled starter? Or should we write him in pen? Is the way that I would put it. Like, I'm down to pencil him in, but should we write him in pen? We got to write Nate Davis in pen. We got to put, we probably have to write Braxton Jones in pen. We probably have to write Cody Whitehair in pen, at least for now, right? Could Whitehair get outcompeted by a stud rookie? Possible. Could Tevin Jenkins beat a tackle, like a rookie tackle, in open competition? Possible. Could Tevin Jenkins win a competition at left guard? Possible. Like, all these things are possible, but I would rather see that as a good problem to have than a scary risk to take. Does that make sense? Because CBP, you might be right. You say Jenkins will be fine. You might be right. What if you aren't? Are you willing to pay the price of what happens if you're wrong? And so within that, me personally, I'm not. I would rather the Bears bring in an extra free agent. Again, there are some decent tackles out there. We're not talking game changers, but guys like Isaiah Wynn, guys like Cam Fleming, guys like, his name's Fant, right? Jordan, if you're still here, I think it's George Fant, former Broncos tackle. Like, there are some guys out there that can play a little bit. They're not going to play a lot, but they're not going to inhibit you from drafting a tackle if that's who comes to you. So you got options. The Bears very well may bring one in. And when they do, that's good. It means we can start penciling guys across the offensive line. And if and when Tevin Jenkins beats them, good. I would rather have a very solid swing tackle sitting on the bench. That's good, isn't it? Like, don't we want the Bears to be 8 offensive linemen deep? That's the thing, right? Where the Bears at this point, our hope would be that the 6th offensive lineman isn't Rashad Coward. Our hope would be that the 6th offensive lineman isn't Lucas Patrick. Like, if you hit a point where that center from Ohio State, Whipplier, was I probably mispronounced it there, but like, if you had Joe Tippmann, who somehow fell to 53, and you had Broderick Jones, like, playing tackle, meaning that you had Cam Fleming as your swing tackle and Larry Borum as your reserve second tackle, and you had Leatherwood on the practice squad, probably, though I guess he'd get picked up more than likely. Let's get there later. You have Cody Whitehair potentially as your like sixth offensive lineman, unless he's starting. So then maybe you have Tevin Jenkins as your dual purpose sixth offensive lineman that could play both guard spots and both tackle spots. And you've got Lucas Patrick, who's not a bad depth player. I mean, he's probably not a great starter, but he's not a bad depth player. Like, suddenly we're looking at an offensive line that's relatively injury-proof. At the very least, I think we can all agree. This line would be as close to injury-proof as the Bears have been in probably about 5 years, right? Where we could take a look at this whole roster and we could say, you know what? If Braxton Jones gets hurt and Whippler, gets hurt and God forbid, Nate Davis also gets hurt, we've still got an NFL-level offensive line. Is the ceiling ultra good in that case? I don't know. It's probably solid, right? You're still starting 2 rookies at that point. So you're going to take your L's with rookies. It's going to happen, you know? But within that, that's the thing. Because, Brandon, you ask, do I think Lucas Patrick's center chances are dead? I don't think they're dead, but I think that he, like anybody else, is in the middle of a competition, right? And so can he win? It'll be up to him. I mean, all we really saw was Lucas Patrick get 4 snaps at center. But what I can tell you is that Lucas Patrick, the argument was always Lucas Patrick is better than Mustipher. The argument was never Lucas Patrick is an amazing center that is absolutely going to blow the door off the league, right? We agree. And so the Bears went from probably the 40th best center in the league in Mustipher. Sorry, bud. I mean, I'm certain. I know for a fact there were better centers on other teams' benches than Mustipher was. It's just how it goes. That's what happens when you start a UDFA, right? And so then Lucas Patrick was going to come in, and Lucas Patrick was more than likely going to be the 33rd best center in the NFL. Maybe the 28th best center in the NFL if he really popped off. It's not impossible, but a lot of these centers can play. And a lot of these centers have been with their teams for forever. And so it was always going to be a tough road for somebody like Patrick. But at this point, now he's got the chance to compete. And if anything, I'll tell you what, that if the Bears draft a rookie to play center and that rookie wins the job, I hate to spin everything into sunshine. That will show us that Luke Getsy is confident enough in Justin Fields' ability to set and adjust protection. And I actually love that a whole awful lot. If the Bears draft a rookie center, the rookie wins the job, the rookie starts week 1, that will show us that the coaching staff thinks the quarterback can handle protection packages, which we never saw that trust with Mitch Trubisky. We saw Mitch Trubisky playing with, at one point he played with Daniels, and those games went so badly that whether it was Mitch's fault or Daniels' fault, we still don't really know, but the NFL never put him back at center. So there's probably some serious Danielsism there. But then they put they put Mitch's roommate back at center so that he could play with one of his best friends, which that's great. That's a legitimate good thing. Whitehair seems like a very capable player, a student of the game. He knows what's going on, and he's been adjusting protections for years. But it would be interesting to me if a guy like Whippler or Tipman or John Michael Schmitz fell to the Bears took him, the Bears started him. That tells you that they must think that the quarterback can understand how to handle this, which I would really love, because I think that mental aspect of playing quarterback is something that it's hard to get insight into, but it's my favorite thing to see, right? What these guys are and aren't doing from under center, what they are and aren't calling out, it's my favorite part of football. It's why I started breaking down a lot of these positions, is so that I could watch and understand better what quarterbacks do. what makes a good quarterback good, what makes a bad quarterback less good, right? And we'll see. Oh, Mitch hasn't signed yet, has he, Freddie? Is Mitch still out there? That's wild. I think you're right. But so, anyways, let's see. Do we have anything else we want to do before we are at least watching TJ Edwards? I completely understand if you guys are let's do DJ Moore, let's do Mock Draft Simulator, let's do not Andrew Billings or Bob Tanyan or Deonta Foreman. Totally get it. We do not have to do that. But we're at least going to watch TJ Edwards because we needed to do TJ Edwards or like last week, and we just didn't get there. I want you to see who is going to be more than likely your starting linebacker. Uromi, I will tell you that there's plenty of people that I see that are still out there that I like. The question is, so I see some guys coming that might be cut candidates. For instance, the Giants, they brought in A'Shawn Robinson for like a visit, didn't they? If the Bears... Or like, if the Giants brought in somebody like A'Shawn Robinson, and they sign A'Shawn Robinson to decent money, right? And they've got Dexter Lawrence playing next to him, and they want to start A'Shawn Robinson, what are they going to do with Leonard Williams, right? Leonard Williams will be a sweet ad, especially if he gets cut. So that's neat, and he's not on the market yet. Zadarius Smith already posted his goodbye to the Vikings, and he... Is he going to get cut? Is he going to get hung on to? I don't know. Both of these guys would be way better ads than the guys that are actually on the market right now, but they're not available yet. So there's a lot of this process that's like yet to be determined. It is kind of what I'm getting at, right? Where you start to look around and you start to say, okay, there are going to be some of these cut candidates that are going to actually be pretty good. Right? There are going to be some of these players. Like, yes, everybody looks at like Keenan Allen types, right? Keenan Allen would be a neat ad, but at a position like wide receiver gets a little tougher, right? But as a defensive line stopgap, a lot of these guys would pop on in and they'd start to play really well. Yeah, you're telling me, Jordan. The main thing that I'm working back to, Jerome, is that we spent a lot of time starting around like week 9, if even that. We might have started sooner, started talking about potential free agents, and a solid 0 of them ended up in Chicago. And so because of that, I think there's a time and a place to interview or to like review potential free agents. I liked going through them. We all got to learn about all kinds of the players that are around the league, but I'm going to keep it to verbal recommendations instead of going all the way through because, I mean, hopefully we get 17 games of actual film to watch instead of just like, okay, so the season's over. What do you mean, Robert? It's like week 7. Trust me. You know? Yeah, exactly, Drex. We really did. Like, let's see. Oh, it's Jeremy, but it's spelled weirdly. That helps. That really does. Let's see. We've landed good cuts. Sutton, like Cameron Sutton? Eric? Or do you mean somebody else? Like, let's see. Is it odd that we haven't been rumored with any free agent corners? J2K, I remember that rumors are driven by agents, right? This is such a corny thing to talk about, but it's real. You know, where the Bears at this point, or not just the Bears, but like any agent that's out there is going to rumor interest between one team and another to try to drive up their agent or their players, not player, like the agent's going to try to drum up their players' value. Right? A perfect example is that tweet that maybe you did and maybe you didn't see it that Jordan Schultz put out today about how Yannick Ngakoue is an elite pass rusher and it's unthinkable that this 27-year-old hasn't been signed yet and a bunch of stuff that it was like, okay, Yannick's agent, we get it. Because a lot of these guys, especially the insiders, like they're tweeting what the agent tells them to because it keeps them on the inside track. I get it. If I was in that game, I would do it. It's part of why I position myself as an analyst, so I didn't have to because I don't really want to live on my cell phone if I can avoid it. But so, yeah, you're telling me, Jordan. Rock Ya-Sin is the big name at corner, where he played in the Eberflus system. Like, he was second round pick within Indianapolis. I think there's just no way that the Bears aren't talking to Rock Ya-Sin. It's just a matter of whether or not he's going to, like, his price is going to be whatever is within their bizarre range. I'm not even going to pretend that I know what it is. Like, based on conversations I've had, it's Cliff Stein, like, and he's not going to overpay. So the Bears are setting hard lines left and right. And it's leading to getting Deonta Foreman at absolutely hilarious value. It's leading to getting a guy like Andrew Billings, really solid rotational one tech at hilarious value. You say 1-year deal, I get it, but the Bears signed 3 perfectly solid depth players, if not like depth plus players, for a total of $8 million. which is hilarious. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, Jordan. That's what I'm thinking. Where like Rock Ya-Sin would come on in, and then Kyler would play full-time nickel. To me, it makes total sense. I get what you mean about Blackwell, but I also know, Jordan, that you're biased towards wanting to see Kyler on the outside. Yeah, WFM, like Edwards is a hilarious value. Absolutely. It's why I want to watch him. I'll tell you right now, TJ Edwards is a weird linebacker. Not because he's weird, but because Edwards is a better Mike than he is Will. And I understand that what you're about to see. So you're about to see TJ Edwards play true middle linebacker. This isn't the same defense as what Matt Eberflus is running. But even so, like, it's not really the same as the Will linebacker either. I tend to think that you could make an argument that Tremaine Edmonds is the better choice at both Mike and Will linebacker, but I'll tell you, plays like this are hilarious because Tremaine Edmonds is not this physical in the run game, whereas Edwards does a really, really good job. Really, really good job of peeling off specifically combo blocking linemen. I really want you to focus on this rep because this is his moneymaker. Like, you will pay attention to this lineman, right? So he's going through a combo block. You've probably seen him before. But on this channel, you're not going to get a guy who's got 18 years of NFL coaching experience. I'm going to keep terms relatively simple. And then we'll all go to Kurt Warner and JT O'Sullivan and Joff Schwartz and Mitchell Schwartz and all kinds of people for the really, really advanced stuff, right? But so we've got a combo block where then this guy is going to come off and he's going to try to block Edwards. Edwards does a consistently good job of getting into the run fit right here and engaging the lineman before he's able to hop off and blow up the guy or the oncoming linebacker. Edwards triggers extremely quickly. Like, watch how quickly from the snap he gets into this run fit. Charges in, picks off the combo blocker, and then, like, makes the tackle, which is neat. Yeah, exactly, Jordan. Exactly. Like, we could talk, or we could get into the really heavy nitty-gritty, but I think a lot of that stuff goes over people's heads. Right? I love using the simple and generic, let's call them store brand terms, because you can apply them across different defenses and understand what's going on. Okay, a decent way to put it, Jordan, is it's like being able to understand a foreign language versus being able to speak it. Right? Where when you get the basic gist and when you can teach the basic gist, you can then carry those terms over and understand the way a defense is called, even though you may not be able to coach it yourself. Which is fine. Most of the people in this chat aren't looking to coach themselves, probably. But either way, like these plays, I really want you to watch Edwards' recognition, right? Recognition. I always get really worried I'm going to misspell something. Recognition. Because, oh yeah, you also get to watch Nate Davis here, 64. But so, Davis is going to throw every scrap of his weight that he possibly can. But I'll tell you, TJ Edwards is particularly good at recognizing what a play is and reacting accordingly. It's not every day that you catch Edwards getting fooled in any capacity, and I don't know if he's just an outstanding student of the game or what, but Edwards in particular, he's outrageously good at not getting fooled by play action. And I'll tell you, like, Edwards is going to test a theory, because if the Bears don't do anything on their defensive line, I'm dying to know whether or not he's still going to be as good against play action as he was on this Eagles team, where he pretty much doesn't react at all. Like, he's outstandingly instinctive, Jordan. But also, I've got a theory running at this point that most players, and this is another thing he does. Have you seen this? Do you see what he did? So he's going to take just a couple steps to his left, right? And he's just going to plant his feet in a common passing lane, right? And lo and behold, because remember, TJ Edwards does not have eyes in the literal back of his head, right? But doesn't it look like it? Because the quarterback's trying to throw to the split defender, and somehow Edwards has just put himself in the way, right? I think he's just playing eyes to the quarterback, but he's crazy instinctive. Like, he takes the snap, He watches the way that his feet are dropping, I think, right? And just guides himself to where the throw is probably going based on the quarterback's footwork. That's the best guess I got. Either that, or he specifically got his specific assignment is to roll into a zone over here, and he's adjusting from there. Both are on the table. Like, I do think he's got that zone in that area, but he's also playing what's called eyes the quarterback, which basically just means he's looking at the quarterback and guiding or letting his zone guide him from there. And this is going to create a sack. Like, TJ Edwards is really good in coverage. I mean, like you're saying, Akusai, maybe he's got a camera in the back of his helmet. Maybe he's got a little heads-up display on his lift. Maybe he's cheating. But how are we going to know, right? Hopefully he cheats for us too. So I love plays like this because this is where a linebacker doesn't have to be Tremaine Edmonds to be outstanding in coverage. When you see PFF stuff talk about how good TJ Edwards is in coverage, it's not because he can run up the seam. Right? It's not because he's going to play some crazy breed of press coverage against a tight end. That's Edwards' game, and Edwards is actually pretty doggone good at it. But which is great because the Mike linebacker, Shaquille Leonard, in the Eberflus defense is the one who goes mano a mano against the tight end more often than not. I mean, watching the way that they deploy Bobby Okereke, it's very similar to what TJ Edwards is doing. And I completely understand a lot of people, like I know a friend of mine, Brandon Robinson, really wants Edwards at Mike because Edwards is as good at Mike as he is. But I do tend to take, like I used pretty much the same words as you, Jordan, when I was last talking to him, where it's like, they kind of both play the same, or they don't play literally the same role, but you got to remember that what the Bears are going to do is they're going to line up a Mike linebacker. Okay, so let's see. Right now they're rotating they would have had both linebackers here and here until the tight end moved over. And when the tight end moved over, they both would have shifted to here and here because the Mike linebacker is in the front and then the Will linebacker is in the back, right? And that right there, this one's going to be Edwards. The Will. Probably. Now, you could honestly play, I think you could play Edmonds at Will. I think that makes sense. I think you could play TJ at Mike very, very easily, especially because the Mike gets run at a little bit more often. And I think that if you had TJ in the run fit, you're going to like what happens a lot more than if you have Tremaine in the front and you ask the slightly slower TJ Edwards to chase on the backside. I'd rather personally have Edwards chasing from here and Edmonds chasing and Edwards attacking downhill, but we'll see, because that's the problem, Freddie, right? Everybody keeps wanting to say Edwards is a Lance Briggs and Edmonds is Urlacher. That is a great buzzword, don't you think, Freddie? Don't you find that captivating? You found it captivating enough to say, right? And I'm not trying to make fun of you. It's more like, those are two Hall of Famers. This is a UDFA, who we all love, and a former first-round pick. So I don't know. I mean, me personally, I look at Edmonds and I see him both as Okereke and also Shaq Leonard. He could do either, right? I tend to think Edwards would be a better Mike than a Will, but I'm willing to just let them line them up and go, right? Like, at the end of the day, where the Bears line them up, they're going to be better than last year's linebackers were. And that's not to dunk on Roquan, right? It's just, we'll see. It's like, I tend to think that Roquan is a very good linebacker, but when I kept saying he was fit for a 3-4, like, Edmonds is the Roquan for a 4-3, right? And Eric, I agree with you. It's weird that we're this unsure, but it's mostly because the Bears signed two Mike linebackers. Like, the big thing, Eric, that happened is that the Bears signed a Mike linebacker and also a Mike linebacker. Right. Thank you, Ace. I'm glad that you jump in from your hotel. It really makes all the difference. And so that means both these guys came in and they said, well, I'm going to be playing Mike linebacker. and I tend to think that the big guy with the crazy side-to-side speed that can handle a little bit more in coverage, that sounds to me like the Will, which would be Edmonds. Whereas Edwards would be the point of attack guy that ends up at the front of the run fit a little bit more often, ends up banjoing somebody off of coverage a little bit more often, ends up dropping into these shorter zones a little bit more often, That makes sense to me, right? But we're just going to have to wait and see, because they certainly don't know yet, and they won't know until they really start digging into OTAs and figure out who's going to go where. Because stuff exactly like that, exactly, Jordan. That's how I feel. No, Edmonds is running the seam in Tampa too. That's what he does. That's the whole reason you brought him in, is to run the seam better than literally anybody else can. Right? And if you have Edmonds chasing the backside, I think there's an awful lot of things that he will be able to do for you so for as ridiculous as this sounds, you got to remember that when I tell you that I think Edmonds fits this defense maybe twice as well as Roquan did, it's not a dunk on Roquan. Could Roquan have been successful? Absolutely. Right? Could he? Yes. But Edmonds is longer. Edmonds is every bit as fast. Edmonds is taller, and Edmonds, it kind of stops there. Other than that, they have very similar kits, right? And so Roquan, I think, works way better when he's got defensive linemen built to 2-gap, which is what these 3-4 guys are. The Eagles are playing something that much more resembles a 4-3 or a 3-4, and so they've got linemen that are built in that same Akeem Hicks mold. In case you don't know what a 3-4 is, they're going to try to control 2 gaps with huge bodies. Akeem Hicks, Eddie Goldman, 2-gap offensive lineman, right? As opposed to the Bears, who have a guy like Justin Jones. He's going to play 1 gap, maybe 1.5. Right? And that means that the linebackers have to be more responsible for taking a gap away more often than not. And that's not really what Roquan was there for, bro. And so he did not seem to appreciate having to take on offensive linemen, which isn't really what Edmonds likes doing either, to be completely candid with you, but he's done it before. When you see Edmonds, for instance, if they ran a toss run this way, Edmonds is not going to do well against the lineman. He's not going to push the lineman back. Ooh, let's switch colors. This is going to be a great opportunity for a color switch. So if we're running a toss run to the right, and we've got Edmonds right here, right, coming this way, you are going to more often than not see him not drive the lineman back. Right, so he won't do this. What he will do is he'll skate with him. Let's go to that. Skate with him a little bit, and then get off the side and fall over and make the tackle on the outside, because he's got longer arms than some of the tackles. Certainly than literally all of the guards. If memory serves, Tremaine Edmonds has 34.5-inch arms, which is ridiculous. That is silly. But it's real. Tremaine Edmonds is a flat special athlete, and it seems like Buffalo did all the developing for him, so he hits the Bears literally in the prime of his career. He'll be 25 next season. So that's like getting a 4th-year rookie in the traditional sense, or a 3rd-year rookie in some cases. He was so young coming out of the NFL that by the time he's now gotten to the Bears, he is set for some of the best football of his career. Not to get everybody too excited. That's what we're looking at. So both of these linebackers are better in the run fit than Roquan Smith was. And I tend to think that Tremaine Edmonds, while he's not the coverage savant that Roquan Smith was, he might have a chance to get there, especially since the 4-3's coverage assignments aren't as complicated. Does that make sense? The Roquan signings take a ton of looking at every route that the offense is running and matching where you're going to there. Edmonds does a little bit of that, but most of what Edmonds did in Buffalo at the very least is drop to, say, this spot, analyze the routes coming, and so when you see this guy stemming and you know you've got an outside corner in cover 2, you're going to charge and try to meet him here just in case he breaks inwards, which is how Tremaine Edmonds ended up with some of the pass breakups that he did, right? Yeah, exactly, John. So Ace, the big thing that I tend to think that Nate and guys like it's Rob, yeah, Robert Mays, but so I tend to think that they're just looking at the price tag, right? They see an $18 million linebacker signing for a team that doesn't have a defensive line, and they go, "What on earth is this?" And not to mention, Tremaine Edmonds had 3. Okay. Let's be plain. Let's be plain as day. All us Bears fans. We're Bears fans. Hard truths about Tremaine Edmonds. He did not figure it out until last year. So you're looking at a bit of a 1-year wonder. The optimist says he figured it out last year. The pessimist says he had one really good year, and outside of that, he was mostly lost. And now he's going into a new defense. Who's to say he's not going to get lost again and completely burn light $18 million on fire, right? And I mean, Josh, you've heard me. I'm not a huge linebacker spender either. Like, best way I have rationalized this, because I, like any Bears fan, am just going to go rationalize it, right, is I'm going to tell you that TJ Edwards is probably getting underpaid by about $6 million, and Tremaine Edmonds is probably getting overpaid by about $8 million, and I feel decent about the fact that they spent only $25 million on 2 top 6 linebackers based on last year's analytics within PFF. Neato, right? And so I can't say for sure that the Bears made an explicitly good move, but it's not a bad move, and it's got real upside to it. And now they can add at a lot of defensive line positions. Let's keep going. Let's keep chugging. The silent majority is here for the film, I assume. I guess not, because if they were here for the film, they would have left a while ago. So, love you guys. Thank you for putting up with me just ranting for 4 to 6 hours. Why do you do this? Like, I appreciate it, but sometimes I'm like, what on earth? Jay Sanders, you're going to laugh, but my understanding is that it is all about draft pedigree. Right? It is the fact that Edmonds was a first rounder, and it's the fact that Edwards was a UDFA. That guides what these guys get paid in the overwhelming majority. Like, and that's bizarre. I hear you, Robert, like overpaid by $8 million is a reach, but you got to remember, I don't like paying linebackers. I think linebackers are very similar to running backs in terms of how their money ought to be structured. And I'm not trying to take a man's money away from him. You're just getting one person's opinion that thinks that the Eric Kendricks deal. Have you heard my rant about this? You know what? Here we go. Like, I'll go into this. So I've talked about this on a couple podcasts, but Robert, my general take is that if you go back and you look in I think it was 2020, might have been 2019, but in one of those years, Eric Kendricks got a lucrative extension, a market resetting extension. He was being paid $12 million a year. It was going to escalate up to $13.5 million a year by the end of his contract. That was resetting the market in like 2019. At the time. He's a sweet linebacker. He deserved it. The year after that, Bobby Wagner shattered the market. He jumped from a $12.5 million AAV to he jumped from 12.5 AAV to a $16.5 million AAV. Seattle handed him a blank check, and boy, oh boy, did he sign it. And so the year after that, Fred Warner came along. Fred Warner wanted to be paid the most in all linebacking, so he jumped up to $18 million. And in a single year's time, NFL linebacker had inflated almost 50% in what their market was. Wide receiver didn't even do that. Like, wide receiver went 25% up, because heavy paid wide receivers were already making $22 million at around that time. And now they'll start to push 28, 20, or 29, like soon enough, because of the cap increases. Because I get the cap increase argument, but linebacker, now that they got to the point where Roquan Smith is making 5 years, $100 million total dollars, $20 million AAV, more than a tackle. Like, linebackers are getting paid. They're getting paid way more than they were supposed to. Like, safeties haven't followed that money curve. Corners haven't followed that money curve. Let's see. Guards have climbed up a little bit, but even tackles haven't followed that money curve. What Seattle did and what Warner did started a chain reaction that eventually the NFL is going to do what they did with running backs. They're just going to say no. I thought it might have been Roquan, right? I thought there was a chance that Roquan was the moment, the inflection point within historical linebacking contracts when the NFL would turn and they would say, we are not paying you that. your position is just not worth it. And I hear you, ML Fields, but you got to remember the same thing happened with running backs, where we went from Ezekiel Elliott's deal to no more. And now running backs just don't get paid. Austin Eckler, one of the most productive running backs in football, period. One of the most valuable running backs in football, period, cannot get a deal done because they can't figure out what to pay him, because nobody knows what a running back's actually worth. We're seeing running backs get franchise tagged because teams can't figure out what these guys are worth. Like, they don't know at this point. And so, like, WFM, I think Gurley's contract started the killing, but you got to remember Gurley's contract was like one of three. Like, it was, let me see, like there were a bunch of dominoes that all popped. Like Zach Stacy got paid and then did next to nothing. Let's see, Todd Gurley got paid a mega deal and then that whole thing collapsed. Ezekiel Elliott got paid, that whole thing collapsed. Leonard Fournette, I believe, got paid and that whole thing collapsed. Like there's a lot of pieces to this. It's not even fair. Le'Veon Bell was a great one that I was remembering. And I tend to think that linebackers getting there, just because the value is so sky high. I mean, you need two of these, for crying out loud. Like, you need two linebackers. Like, you could make the argument that if you have an edge 1 and you pay him like an edge 1, and you have an edge 2 and you pay him at a different rate, that you can do that. Because historically speaking, if you've got one guy that draws a double and another guy that beats the single, you're fine, right? Like, you've got a successful defense at that point. Freddie, you are on the wrong channel to be talking trash about Eddie Jackson. Stream for another day. But he had an absolutely fabulous season last year, and I will not take any of that because he was great. Neither here nor there. But point is that Knox, if you're still there, like I just tend to think that when it comes to this linebacking stuff, that the Bears got Tremaine Edmonds at a below market deal, sort of. Like, the market is just ridiculous. And eventually that bubble's going to burst. And the Bears gave themselves a couple of outs, right? Where I think that they can get out with some dead cap if they cut him at the start of the league new year 2 years from now. But then if they literally keep him on the roster for camp, that third year's guaranteed, right? But we'll just see what happens. Like, so I don't know WFM if Tariq Cohen was the death blow. He just didn't get extended for that much. That was like $5.5 million, right? It's the guys who were getting 8 figures to play running back that pretty much killed things, right? And so the linebacking's in a similar spot. Like, that's the thing, Bennett, because you'd say coverage linebackers for these pass-catching tight ends seem worth it. The tight end isn't being paid that much, right? Like, the tight end is getting $16 million, $15 million. Dalton Schultz got $6.5 million. Deal worth up to $9.5 million. He got $6.5 million. Dalton Schultz is better than Cole Kmet so far in his career. Like, I mean, these guys, like, it is insane what's happening in the tight end market. So I hear you, because I think tight end is a huge weapon. I think a truly premium tight end is debatably even more valuable than a premium wide receiver, because the really good ones change the math. There's just 3 of them, right? Like, there's a rotating list of 1 to 2 to 4 superstar tight ends. And if you aren't on that, then you're just not worth it, right? And it ends fast. But so linebacker right now, let's see, like, because I hear you, Bennett. That's the thing. Let's be clear. I right now think linebackers should be making about $15 million. So I guess in that sense, Tremaine Edmonds is probably making $4 million more than I think he should on a year-to-year basis. I think Tremaine Edmonds being 8 was probably too far, right? Where at this point, if I was going to give you my take, like, linebackers should be topping out at about 15.5 right now, and that means that Edmonds, who's just a smidge under market, should be at about 14-ish Agree. Instead, he's making 18. Roquan's making 20. I get it. I know how the game works. I just think it's a little much for what the position is going to be going forward. But that's my 2 cents. That's why everybody comes, I guess. I agree with you, John. I think tight end and a center are really underpaid. I think it's hilarious that once again, the Bears are going from Robert wanted a veteran center to we're probably going to start a rookie. So I'm going to look for all the positives I can get in that. But that's how it goes, right? Let's see. RBs run into the ground. They're a bit different. I agree. You got to remember, though, Josh, most linebackers don't make it to 29. Like, most linebackers... Okay, there is a linebacking story. I hope somebody can name it because he's out there. Like, there is a linebacking story that is on the level of Adrian Peterson in his longevity. Not Frank Gore. Adrian Peterson. There's a guy who's playing linebacker at such a high quality, at such a high age, that it should be a bigger story. But it's not because he plays linebacker. Can anybody in here name him? Like, he is, if not one of the best linebackers in the NFL. And he's hilariously old. Like, for what the linebacker position normally is. Because normally, the linebacking position is a bunch of young guys. Right? See, all you guys are saying Bobby Wagner. That's not who's on my mind. You may have forgotten this guy exists because he's not in the NFC, if memory serves. It's not Jordan. Jordan, you're there. Say his first name. Like, I tend to think that he is just fabulous. I mean, what? I'm really letting you get it, Jordan. I'm letting you get the whole thing. Like, you gotta jump in because it's absolutely Levante David. Like, Levante David is, let me see, I need to see how old he is now. I think he's he's 33. Like, 33-year-olds are done. Like, 33-year-olds retire. The internet says he's 33 at this point, which is just staggering. Like, he's putting all pro seasons out at an age that is just nonsense for this position, which more power to him. It just doesn't happen. Like, if he's still doing this at 36, it is Adrian Peterson level. Like, I mean, this guy at this point is playing his way into the Hall of Fame. Like, Levante David really is that good. And the fact that there are so many people that don't know that tells you why linebacker is overpaid, because you should, if that makes sense. Like, the skill he shows and the amount of underratedness is a huge bummer. Yeah, no, I agree with you, 23. Like, because we're all nuts. I loved it. I love that. I love that you can say that. Like, and honestly, the 1.5 is I think 1.5 speed, frankly, if I could say so, 23 makes me feel better about my own speech pattern because it's not 2. I listen to most of these things on like 2 times speed, so 1.5 speed makes me feel a lot, or it makes me feel like I'm at least keeping the motor mouth running. I think Teru, he did get the ring, didn't he? Man, Jordan, I feel terrible because I don't even know who Frankie Louvu is. Who's he playing for at this point? Let's see. In WFM, you're exactly right. Like, most people don't know who a lot of these defensive players are because it's a unit game, right? Let's see. I really love, let's see this. Bob, you're killing me. See, now you're just depressing. Not really. Like, that's fine. Let's see here. I love the way he moves. I mean, it's simple, right? But he's just so instinctive of, okay, that's my man, and we're covering, and we're getting out. Like, oh, it's the truth, Bob. Like, I'm there too. I can't. I generally just fast forward in like 5s, or those 5-second increments until I get what I'm looking for. Man. So this is like the literal only area where I think TJ shows his. So when I look at like the Will linebacker thing, right? Going back to the whole Will Mike linebacker, this is a great example of why I don't feel like the Will makes a lot of sense for somebody like TJ Edwards. Because here you're going to see him come off. Edmonds could do this. But in a world where this running back just slices that way, Edwards is not getting there, right? We're talking about a UDFA that plays almost entirely off of instinct. Now, Edwards would argue he's guiding this running back into this guy's plane of vision, which he is. But in terms of side-to-side speed and heavy duty athletic range, that's not really what Edwards does. That's not what Edward succeeds in. So, Turu, it's more that I think there's a lot of people out there, like Lance Briggs, like Greg Gabriel, like others, that are literally using the words, Edmonds is Urlacher, Edwards is Briggs. And I'm like, I don't see that. Like, I see them as their own player, right? Everybody loves to do comps. This is the most boring thing I could possibly say. Can't TJ Edwards just be TJ Edwards? Because if I'm going to pick who he is, I think Edwards is more like Danny Trevathan, who was also a UDFA. Like, they've both got that all-seeing eye, right? Where Edwards and Edmonds not Edwards and Edmonds. Edwards and Trevathan both play like they already read the play call, right? And that's my favorite thing. Like, look at this. I mean, he's going to get to his spot. He's going to pass the tight end off, right? And then he's going to get back to the center, and he's going to work with the quarterback and ultimately bring him down. Sure, Ryan Tannehill gets a first down out of this on fourth down. RIP. We would love to see a better play, I guess. But the coverage footwork works. In this case, Tannehill just got you, and you'd frankly blame your defensive line for not keeping contained there. And I agree with you, Scott. It's not bad. Like, it's not like, I don't want to make it sound like I'm hateful towards comping. It's more that I think it's one thing to say Edmonds could be Urlacher or like Urlacher in this scheme. But I just, when people, it's the part where, okay, let me put it this way. This is the simplest way I can put it. It's not that the comps don't kind of work. It's more that they go Edmonds, Urlacher. And I go, I hadn't thought of it that way. Interesting. And then they go Edwards, Briggs. And I go, hang on now. Briggs is a very different player than Edwards is. Like, Briggs was dramatically more violent. Briggs was frankly faster than football. Like, Briggs, it also always shows a completely bizarre understanding of the all-important will linebacker, because the will linebacker is generally supposed to be, in Flus's own words, the most athletic person on the field. And the most athletic person on the Bears defense is Tremaine Edmonds. Like, it's not Edwards. It's not a dunk on Edwards, but Edwards is 20 pounds lighter than Edmonds, and he's still not as fast. Like, Edmonds is an alien. Edwards is a good football player. Donald, I agree. You can have your will take the deep middle. Shaq did in plenty of cases. And Edwards can handle it while he's at it. I frankly think they're going to do a little of both. Wouldn't surprise me, Donald, if they're just going to reorg who stands where, because they're going to figure out that one of them is succeeding in the run fit. It's Edwards. And that the other guy is going to, like, you get it. Like, I think they're going to have a lot of stuff to work out in OTAs, but ultimately, having two good linebackers and having to figure out where to put them is a good problem to have. Let's see. Exactly, Prabhat. Like, Edwards playing mistake-free and being in good positions allows Edmonds to do whatever you need him to do. That's the purpose. Like, you've got a super athlete and you've got an assistant, effectively, that diagnoses plays and plays from there. Like, even this. I love this little run fit, right? Where you're going to see Edwards, as he works his way towards where the ball is going, see this lineman coming up to get him, right? And just step around him, no big deal, and keep following the run fit. Yes, it's backdooring. Yes, we complained about that with Roquan Smith. We also complained that Roquan Smith took himself out of plays doing that. In this case, Edwards is able to keep pace with the play while getting around his man. That's part of the point, right? Legit mad that it's likely the Jets that'll get Hard Knocks. I hear you, 23, but after what happened with Arizona, and frankly a lot of the other Hard Knocks teams I've seen, usually Hard Knocks is not a blessing. It doesn't seem to be, right? I don't know if there's a correlation between having Hard Knocks and starting bad, but it sure didn't help the Lions this year. Had the Lions played literally any better in the first 8 weeks, I mean, they make the playoffs. And so I tend to think that the more that the Bears can stay away from Hard Knocks, the better. At least it certainly seems that way. Man, that is a nice play. Oh, I agree, Jordan. Like, if we could get extra insight, I'm there. Is that receiver okay? I'm not going to ask questions I don't want to know the answer to. But he is not moving. Let's get a good look at Nate Davis here. 64. God, I love this. I love this. This is my favorite thing Davis does. So normally you see a lot of this out of centers, but the Bears definitely did not do this, right? Where Davis is going to set his man on the center, right? And then he's going to take his head and he's going to find the other threat, right? And so you'll see that Nate Davis right now is playing physical press coverage, in effect, against this against this inside threat, but he's watching for what Hassan Reddick, who's more dangerous, is going to do from the outside edge. Nate Davis is going to be the perfect right guard to play with whatever right tackle is playing out there, whether they move like a Broderick Jones or a Paris Johnson in that direction, or if they move a Braxton Jones in that direction. Like, he sees this coming, and this could have been a much more dangerous pressure, right? But it's not, because Davis soaks it. And so by the time Tannehill goes to make the throw, look at the left side of this pocket. Technically, this guy got beat. Not that you'd know, because Davis does such a good job of playing help offensive line. It's awesome. Don't you love it? And so Tannehill rifles the throw, touchdown, really dangerous hit. Not a great moment for football, if you will, but that happens. Donald, I'll tell you. Okay, so Donald, let me put it this way, because this is the most fair way I think I can say it. I'll keep it nice and short. I wanted the Bears to treat this offseason like Claypool didn't exist, and the Bears have so far. Like, Claypool is a wide receiver 3 that has to earn his way onto the field. This is a good thing, don't you think? Like, DJ Moore on the outside, Mooney on the inside. And if that's literally all you can count on, so be it, right? So be it. Oh, you're right, Eric. Yeah, it's not to the left, possibly the right. Yeah. You're talking about Tevin. With the same way, similar to Claypool, I think Tevin has to earn his way onto the field. And I don't know where he's going to be. Like, you could tell me that that he could play right tackle. I'd believe it. You could tell me he could play left guard. He's played a lot of left tackle. You could tell me all kinds of things. I will believe you. With Tevin Jenkins, the big thing I don't want to do is pen him in. I'll pencil him all over the offensive line. Dadgummit, anywhere but center. But writing his name in pen feels awfully weird at this point. Not because I hate him, mostly because of injuries, right? If you had told me that the Bears drafted, Broderick Jones, and Tevin Jenkins and Broderick Jones were battling it out for right tackle, good. Like, may the best man win, right? It is a good problem to have if you have too many talented tackles. If you had Braxton Jones as a swing tackle, for crying out loud, you could do a lot worse for yourself. Don't we all agree? Depth on the offensive line is something I crave. I crave depth on the offensive line, because there's no position group that more consistently suffers an injury, right? Even just one injury. It happens all the time. And so the Bears need a 6th and frankly a 7th offensive lineman that we flat like. So it does not bother me for somebody like Tevin Jenkins to get ousted out of the roster, because at this point he hasn't finished his season. Like, you just can't count on him at this point. And that's all right. Man, I love watching the way TJ Edwards moves around. Like, here you've got him, takes a couple steps forward, Plants reacts immediately. He's going to find he's going to find the guy behind him. He's going to get into the throwing lane. Could Tannehill have laced this if he wanted to? He could have, but the linebacker being in the neighborhood makes quarterback skittish. He doesn't throw it. Picks the throw further downfield. It's not complete. Let's take a look at Nate Davis. That's what I want to watch, because this Eagles offensive line is a great opportunity for it. One thing I've seen Davis does really well, by the way, Somebody put out a video. Let's see. So here he gets massively out leveraged. Like Fletcher Cox wins this rep, and he gets a little help from his teammate, but he does a good job of recovering and then staying put. Nate Davis is not going to be like the very best lineman in football, in my opinion. But he's going to be good, and I love that. Khalid, we're definitely going to start going a lot heavier on draft once I get done with this. Well, Jordan, in this case, call me a fortune teller, right? And Jarrell, I've seen that article. Maybe the Bears do that, but I will tell you that in my opinion, okay, so Nate Davis, right? As a freshman in college, he played right guard. As a sophomore in college, he played right guard. As a junior in college, he played right guard. As a senior in college, he played right guard. As a rookie, he played right guard. Years 2 through 4. Guess where he played? Guess where he played, Jarrell? He played right guard. If you're telling me that they took a guy who's played this much right guard and they're going to say, nah, we're going to put him in left, I'm going to tell you that is super, super silly. Is he incapable of doing it? Probably not. But why would you take a guy with such good tape on right guard and move him for somebody who's played that position for 1 year? And it was just okay. Like, high highs, low lows. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I want to understand Jordan, but frankly, the allegiance to Tevin Jenkins, I actually don't get it. I don't think Tevin Jenkins has been good enough to earn that allegiance. Like, I think that Tevin has had his moments. I think, again, the highs have been high. The lows have been low, man. Like, and he's just not played near enough games. Like, there's an element of his availability is not particularly available. And that's helpful. It's just not something I can plan around. Also, another thing, they take TJ off the field on a lot of third downs. And so within that, like, it's interesting. I don't know what the Bears are going to do, but within the Eagles scheme, they had TJ as a 1 to 2 or a 1 to 2 down guy. And especially when they got into third and long, they'd switch into a completely different package and usually take Edwards off the field. Donald, I think that he's the most talented lineman on the field. Like, I think that easily, far and away, he was the most talented lineman on the field. That's like saying Chase Claypool is one of the most talented receivers in the room. He is. But is he performing at that level that his talent suggests he can? Well, Claypool certainly didn't. And it's not that Tevin is near that bad. We're not there yet. But, yeah, I'd hope so. That line was terrible. Especially since, like, you would hope that Tevin Jenkins, NFL sophomore, former second-round pick, would be better than a fifth-round rookie that's still getting his legs underneath him, the aging and declining player that is Cody Whitehair, a UDFA, and whatever the Bears could muster at right tackle. I guess it was also a fifth-rounder, wasn't it? And Larry Borum. Like, you would hope Tevin Jenkins was the best lineman on that line, and even still, Tevin Jenkins gave up some of the most vicious free run hits in Fields' year, and I guess that sticks with me. Like, there were times when Tevin Jenkins was flat out dominant on the ground, and a lot of fun. Like, he did some awesome things, but in pass pro in particular, Tevin Jenkins was 75% strong rep and 25% blown gasket, with little in between. When he lost badly. And that's something that if I was the offensive line coach, it would bother me. Like, doesn't mean you need to immediately replace him. But then when he suffers a neck injury after getting back surgery, you definitely cock your head and you go, oh boy, what is happening here? And I don't know. Like, they did. You're exactly right, Donald, where it's like they threw him, or they've not given Tevin a particularly fair chance. I'm down, I guess. Like, to me, the problem is that if you told me, CBP, I hear you about not knocking a man for injury, but when it starts to become a pattern, which we've only got 2 seasons, right? Maybe it's the Kevin White burned into my brain, but like, if you can't count on a guy because you know he gets hurt, Jalen Johnson, as an example, like, you have to start planning around the fact that you won't get a full season out of him, that you don't know when you'll get a season out of him. Teron Armstead is exactly the cautionary tale to this, where you knew you'd get about 10 games, and the Dolphins got the wrong 10 games. Like, they got the early 10 games, but when they needed Teron Armstead, he wasn't there, right? Exactly, right? Right, John? Oh, John, I think Tevin will easily make it on the roster. That's for sure. In fact, if I was going to write a player in this case, like, just to be clear, everybody, if there's a player that I may very well spin around on and be like, okay, so he's clearly settled everything down. It's not Gordon. It's not Brisker. Like, Tevin Jenkins is easily the most likely name, where we could meet back up in 4 months' time and we could say, well, that was a lot of words wasted over not really all that much of a problem, wasn't it? But we're not there yet, right? I mean, especially with tweets coming out saying it's a never-ending soap opera with the guy. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. It's always hard to tell whether it's the player or the coaches. Like, there was a point where Washington was trying to make it out like Trent Williams was the problem, and as we saw, he was not. So the way that this whole thing has been handled gives me super bad vibes on both sides, and we just won't know who's right and who's wrong within this. And at this point, again, I'm down to pencil him in. Oh my gosh, the Eagles stripped it. Like, I guess it's an incomplete pass at that point, but that's wild. I agree, tumultuous. I think better C play is going to help, like, flat out. Let's see, Donald, you're not drafting a guy in the first round who can only play guard. Oh, you talk about Skoronski. I would take the tackle if I could. Another option is to take a 3-tech and to live with it. Like, to figure out tackle in the second round, Bears would probably trade up, which would really bum me out because you could do some sweet things, like, within the mock drafts. If you've got all the picks that you have. But I don't know. I mean, Rahul, to your point, like, I get what you mean about him having a terrible center and a terrible tackle. Frankly, the entire line didn't trust each other. Like, it's a little of everything. And so if you told me Tevin was going to be much more successful next year, I'm here for it. I'm worried about the neck thing, but I may be over worried about nothing. It sure didn't hold Peyton Manning back much, did it? It's just such a rare injury that it's like, whoa, spooky, right? I love the way Edwards moves here. Again, this reminds me a lot of Danny Trevathan, where he sees the man coming, strides with him. There's no throw there. Because it's all about timing, right? Like, the magic of a linebacker like Edwards is that he's taking this throw away within reasonable time to pressure. Now, the pressure point is where the Bears are going to struggle if they don't collect some major help, right? They need heavy help within that. But we'll see. Oh, Jordan, I mean, I think the argument for Skoronski is a good one. I think you could trade back and get Skoronski. I don't think... I don't know. It's hard for me to tell whether Skoronski is going to go top 10 or not. But at this point, I would tell you that if the Bears draft Peter Skoronski, I'm here for it. Like, if the Bears have Nate Davis and Peter Skoronski as their 2 guards, and they kick Tevin out to right tackle, and they say it's going to be Tevin and it's going to be Cam Fleming, and they're going to compete, I'm here for it. Like, if they draft Wanya Morris, right? Like, if the Bears take Skoronski at heck, so we've watched a half. It's not been the greatest half on earth, but I like to think we can tell that Yeah, I just need to get used to the fact that these streams are some film, mostly just talking about football, and that I need to make more videos if I want to actually get like film takes out or film articles or putting stuff on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. We're trying to blow this thing up as much as we can so that Rob can be full-time in football eventually. Would be neat, wouldn't it? But Edwards is a really good player. I'm very excited about him. I think he's underpaid. I want to say I think he's criminally underpaid, but he's actually just relatively underpaid, especially compared to other UDFA linebackers. But still, huge dubski for the Bears and the cap that they have, and he'll be a really great part of the team defense. And I tend to agree with you, Josh, where it's like right now, this is another way to put it, Josh. This is like we just made the cake batter, right? But we haven't baked it yet. So the draft is just an implied opportunity to bake the cake, right? Like we're not done. This thing's not out of the oven. It's not even kind of out of the oven. We're not at the point where we've started to address toppings. We haven't done half the stuff involved with this cake. We are very mid-process. And as soon as you start to get done with free agency, all you start doing is thinking about the draft. And it's great. It's a lot of fun. I'll tell you that I think that there's a bunch of names that Bears fans ought to know that make an awful lot of sense. For instance, we talk about competition, right? Jordan, let's just show it, dadgummit. All right, so let's get a window up. Let's go, Google Chrome. Where did it go? It did pull that up, didn't it? Alrighty then. The message received. All right. PFF mock draft simulator. And we can do the other one. But so let's go 7 rounds. Let's leave it at default settings. Let's start the draft. We're going to do the picking from 9. Okay, so let's say you took Skoronski. Let's build a sweet team, right? So you're not trading down. Donald, it could be just for clicks, but it could be hey, okay, Donald. What I'm about to say, you gotta know that I'm coming from a place of, bro, get your bag. You know what I mean? So when I tell you that there's a non-zero chance that somebody like Mel Kiper gets paid to put out positivity on draft prospects by the draft prospects, I shrug my shoulders and I say, nothing's impossible. And if I was him, I might do it too. But I'm not, so I don't. It's a lot easier to be honest when you're not paid anything. But so within that, there's definitely some of these points, right, where you're seeming awfully loud about that. Like the Panthers, right? The Panthers go from, they like Stroud an awful lot to, they're going to take Bryce Young, as if they're bullying the Texans the same way the Bears were bullying the Texans, right? I don't know about that, guys. Don't you? They seem like they're pretty in on Stroud, which is neat. So anyways, we got some options here. First of all, I don't know if I'm a psychopath, but I just find it hard to believe that Tommy's going to be here, right? At this point, Adetomiwa Adebaware is everybody's favorite selection at 53. Why wouldn't you be? Right? He is an ADP, average draft pick of 53 for a reason. It's because it is so easy to pick him. It's so easy to pick him. He's right there. You know what I mean? But I think he's going to the 40s. I tend to think that let's take a look here. Right? I don't think Julius Brents will get picked that high. I think he'll fall a little further. I think Luke Musgrave, he's probably going to get taken around there. Downs probably going to get taken around there. I think a lot of these guys are going to get pushed a little further up the board. It's funny because you look at some of these players and you're like, I don't think we're coming down from there. If anything, we're moving up. And so Gosh, I lower on Keely Ringo than I think a lot of people are because he seems like he gets his hips broken all the time. Like Keely in particular is a phenomenally large person that was one of many members in a Georgia defense that flat bullied people. And when he finally went up against some receivers that could play, somebody like Marvin Harrison smoked him. And that sticks with me because there are a lot of these other players that held up better against quality competition, I think, better than Ringo did, which is not to dunk on the cat. It's more like he's definitely somebody that I don't know. Like, because I agree with you, John. I just think that there's a lot of better corners. Like, I think Cam Smith is awesome. I think Cam Smith is what people think Keely Ringo is. There's nothing that I personally, if you want to know what Robert watches for, there's nothing that I look for more in a DB as far as a guy that's going to get overdrafted than the person that has the look, right? And the feel, but like for what a corner should be, but then there's some piece of their game. There's some piece of their athletic profile or their mental profile, whatever it is, that's just not there. Right? And like, for instance, to use an example, Jabril Peppers is one of my favorite. We had an incredible athlete, and he's not good enough to be corner, but he could play safety, and he would be a very good safety once you taught him to play safety. The problem, playing safety is really hard. Playing safety is like mostly instinct, in my opinion. Somebody like Eddie Jackson is not the most athletic safety in the NFL, but he doesn't have to be because that's not how safety works. Safety is about being in the right position at the right time, whatever means necessary. And you can do 90 to 95% of that with proper instincts and decent athleticism. You don't need to be superstar sizey. You don't need to be superstar speedy. Like, it's part of what makes a guy like Jalen Petrie as good as he is. Is he 6'5"? No. Is he that fast? No. But he's crazy instinctive and very, very, very bursty. And so within that, you get a guy who's outstanding. Anyways, so when I look at this, like, I think Banks is really good. I think Branch has all the instincts in the world. Like, I love him. I think that there's a safety a little further down here that I am absolutely obsessed with. I probably have to keep scrolling at this point, which makes me awfully sad because, let's see, is he seriously not even on here? Let's go. If the Bears somehow had a pick to spare, I mean, Ji'Ayer Brown is outstanding. He's one of, if not flat out, my favorite safety in the class. And I'm not as schooled on the safeties. Like, I haven't watched Jamie Robinson really closely. I think Jordan Battle is going to struggle in the NFL a little bit more than people realize. Definitely not as high on somebody like J.L. Skinner and some of these other safeties that are a little further up here. Antonio Johnson, for instance, is on my watch list, but the Bears so don't need safeties that I just haven't gotten to it yet. But Ji'Ayer Brown is phenomenal. Plays with, like, oh my gosh, the best of the best instincts. Like, he's flat fun tape. He's flat fun tape. But he's like, the Bears just don't have a pick for him yet. But either way, you can, or like, good DBs are good DBs. Chris Smith is awesome. Like, Sidney Brown rules. Turu. Sidney Brown rules. Period. He's just not somebody the Bears can afford to pick at this point. I was thinking the same thing, Jordan, where like a guy like Isaiah Foskey is exactly who I have my mind on. He's somebody that's going to play the edge well. And like, so you got to remember that the Bears have an order of things. In the 3-4, you pass rush, and then you run defense. So Khalil Mack needs to be a pass rusher before he's a run defender. It's what made us so mad at Leonard Floyd. Right? Leonard Floyd was a really good run defender in a 3-4 that needed him to be a pass rusher. With the 4-3, you flip it, right? So you need to be a run defender, and then you press the pocket as a pass rusher. The 3-tech needs to be a pass rusher, first things first. But that's part of the way the defense is designed. As an edge player, you need to be a run defender, and then transition to the pass rush. It's what makes somebody like Isaiah Foskey as good as he is for this defense, is that he run defenses 10 pounds better than he is, and he pass rushes as if he's a 265-pound guy. I like talking thresholds and height and weight, if you haven't noticed. But I think he's a really good selection, somebody that I'd be really interested in here. Sean, it's not that I hate Thule. It's that Thule's film is really weird. If you've watched any of his 2022 film, they deployed like a very bizarre 3-4. They like rushed him from the linebacker spot. He played edge the entire year. You have to shift him in. You have to beef him back up to 290, which is always sort of a what if, right? And then you have to still get the juice out of him that you got out of him at 265, which maybe it's there, but you got to remember that if there's one cheat code, this helps us, right? Let's see, like if there's one cheat code you can use, you can go Thule mock draftable, and when you see the arm length is below 50%, the Bears probably are not drafting him, and it's brutal, but it's at least what they're gonna do, right? And so when I look at a guy like, let's see, Isaiah. Because I can't remember what his measurements are. Arm length is in the 70th percentile. So there's a lot of pieces to Foskey's game that fit what the Bears very well might want. And so the fact that then, he measures up against edges in this case, so he's a little lighter. He's at 265. But the 34-inch arms are definitely going to get the Bears' attention, if you ask me. And he totally fits what the Bears are looking for from this defense, or from this edge spot. Sure, Donald, you'd like to see a better 3-cone, but not everybody's an alien, right? Tim Smith, thanks for jumping in. As far as other options, I think that I'll tell you, Brooks worries me, if only because he tested so badly. Like, I know, but right now I'm looking for somebody that can tick as many boxes as possible. And like somebody like Brooks, while good, just worries me a little bit. Somebody like Ika would be a lot more fun if he could range side to side better. Benton, I straight up want, so I'm going to cheat. We're going to select him later. I know you want Tippmann, but you know the Bears are going to go back and forth. Let's see. Yeah, Carl Brooks did test. Carl Brooks, mock draftable. Let's see. Did he not? I thought he did. I thought I was just reading this. Did he? Let's see. Sometimes this has stuff. Let's see. What Vaughn thing? Rahul, help me understand. Let's see. Carl Brooks, Pro Day. I must have been thinking of somebody else. I need to dig into more film, clearly, if I got confused. Well, if you want elite game-changing players, you want Jack Campbell, Donald. Anyways, jokes aside, not that I'm dunking on Campbell. Campbell would be great. Matt Bergeron's a solid tackle if the Bears were picking a tackle, but we're going to get there, because pretend right now that Tevin Jenkins is the right tackle. So then looking at this, we might take Tippmann, but the Bears, I think, are going to go back and forth from offense, defense. At least they're going to try to get one of each. How far down this board? Mock fell that far? That's bizarre to me. He's a way better guard than that. Let's see. How far did I just miss him? Maybe that's possible, because I find it hard to believe that Isaiah Foskey is really that far down the board. Or did he already get drafted? There he is. He's at 46. Foskey's gone, which makes sense. I feel like it's trying to push me to take Tommy or Thule, who you could get away with. You absolutely could. I still think that if the Bears end up with like a true extra pick, a guy like Zach Charbonnet makes some sense. It's not the pick that a lot of people would want. That's for doggone sure. But it would make some sense within that. Yeah, exactly, right? Tumultuous. So let's see. Is Harrison out there? I mean, he's got to be. Maybe he's on DL. You can get Zach Harrison that far down? That's silly. He's way better player than that. Javon Dexter is another really solid interior player. Because I look, here's the deal. I know at the end of the day, you guys want to hear thoughts and opinions on these players. So who we pick, not as important, right? Like Derek Hall, for instance, really awesome player. He's going to pick it a 3-4, right? It's not as good, near as good in a 4-3, because the 4-3 guy needs to be able to defend the edge. If the Bears at this point wanted to gun for a 3-tech and they actually got Tommy to fall, he might be the pick. If Tyreek Stevenson falls, I love Stevenson. I think that somebody like Foskey makes a lot of sense if he slips a little further down. Felix makes a lot of sense if he slips a little further down. With the way the board presented itself to us, I think I literally have to pick Tommy. He's the best choice, not even trying to cheat or anything. Like, there are other players that we'll be able to get. I think another player that this board is frankly too low on, I really like Zach Pickens out of South Carolina. He tends to get taken a little earlier than quote unquote he should. But I think he's much, much better than the 4th round grade that they gave him. I think Yaya Diaby is a really solid player, Sean. Like, definitely pops out on film. I think Zach Harrison is better than this ranking right here. I think Javon Dexter is better. I think all these guys are going to go sooner. Like, this happens every single year. And not just Pickens being a 3rd rounder, Jordan, but like in the top 75-ish. Like in that early category of 3rd rounders. Pickens is awesome. Pickens has really great tape. Like, I tend to think that Keanu Benton is going to go higher than 65. Like, I guess the problem is that, like, I want to take Benton later, but if I'm really looking you guys in the eyes and I'm like, who would I take here? Like, to me, Benton has a chance to be one of those Daron Payne type players. Not literally, right? You don't even get that many of them, but a 2-gapping run stuffer that could even play as a decent pass rusher within being one of the best run defenders on your defensive line, and he can range side to side. Like, Keanu Benton has all kinds of the tools that you're looking for. He's just not there yet. So he's the kind of guy that when I watch him at the Senior Bowl, he confirms what I'm thinking. If J2K was here, he'd be saying exactly what, like, he had talked about. Robert Knox, thanks so much for subscribing. Like, where Keanu Benton, to me, he's somebody that I would probably take at 53 if he was there. So we're going to. Like, is it the optimal pick? No. Could we? Because we are seeing the cheat sheet, right? Like, big board or not, this is not how it's going to go. Remember last year with wide receiver? That happens. Let's see. Would I be mad at the 4? He's around the 4th or something, Myrtle? No. But at the same time, they got to get a medical exam done. If that was the case, you'd probably want them to bring Voorhees in for a top 30 visit, right? WFM, it's that simple, right? But I'll tell you, Benton was so cool. I think I posted his presser, let me see. I sure hope I did. Benton was a cool cat. Like, he was a lot of fun to talk to. I think Siaki Ika is what people think they want, but Benton is what you actually want. Like, flexible NFL level 4-3-1 tech that can play a little bit of 3 tech. You might even draft him and have him play 3 tech if he slimmed down. I'll take Benton here because I really love the guy. And then let's see, did Tippmann go? Tippmann really didn't fall? That's crazy. All right, so can we trade back a little bit? We can. What can we take from the Packers? Well, obviously 178. Man, you could take like a future round 3. Yeah, if only, right? Let's see here. No, Ika doesn't work almost at all. So let's see. It's 61. The problem is that once you get to like 78, like, you really get to the point where we're cheating. But so let's see. Yeah, I want to go to like, if Green Bay really wants to come up, we'll take... Now, Green Bay just can't pay for it. Like, they can't foot the bill. Neither can the Giants. Neither can the Bills. The only way the Packers would do it... No. I want this to work, guys. Let's see. We'll go 89. We'll get this, and that so that we can mock more players, right? We are breaking from the realm of reality, right? We're going to take this, which if the Bears got it, would be really great. Like going from 61 to 89, getting 128 and a future 3. So then at 64, the Bears have a shot at... We already took Skoronski, but we're going to have them take... Let's see. I think they could take Whippler. And I agree with you, Jordan, about what you're talking about with tight end. Problem is, I love a lot of the tight ends that I think will be there in like true round 3, round 4. Like, while I love Tucker Kraft, because I do, I also tend to look at a guy like... I think the Bears need too much help in the trenches where you got to get there first, right? We'll take Tippmann here. Like, Tippmann's great, and it's great value at 64. Like, now you got a stud. Fall a little bit further. Let's see. I didn't take my guy. So, at this point, a player that I know I've got my eye on. Thanks so much, Knox. Really appreciate that. You have no idea. That really helps pay things. Blake, I don't know what Wanya Morris is doing down here. I've got him as a 3rd rounder, and I think he earns it. Like, Blake Freeland is another awesome example, though Blake Freeland, frankly, has a little more trouble moving than somebody like Wanya does, whereas Wanya fits like a glove within what the Bears are doing, and if he actually falls into the 5th, 6th, 7th round, I would be just flat stunned. But there are some of these grades on this PFF board that I am so in disagreement with. Like, for instance, one of my favorite players in the class for what he does, it's a niche role, is the wide tight end, Payne Durham. I think the fact that they've got my boy Payne Durham as a, let's see, like, they've got Payne Durham down here at rank 340. And I can just about guarantee you, as silly as it sounds, that if the Combine gave the guy a podium, it's not because he was hyped to a certain point. Do you feel me? Like, you've got Payne Durham and you've got Will Mallory that both... Yeah, I know, Damo. Like, you got Payne Durham and you've got Will Mallory. Both of them got top 5 podiums at the Combine. Like, you got to remember, Jackson Smith-Jigba was at like podium 3. You know what I mean? Like, the Combine's placing these guys in order of hype. Both Mallory and Payne Durham are like great 3rd round options, in my opinion. And while Tucker Kraft is really awesome, I tend to think you can get a very similarly exciting player in that 3rd round. And it feels like cheating because I can get both of these guys for like 6th, 7th rounders right now. And if that's actually how this plays out, I'm going to scream because there's more guys too. Like, I think it's worth getting excited about Cameron Latu if you can get him in the 5th. Like, he's a solid player, had a great Senior Bowl, looks so smooth in everything he does. I've got him as a 4th, but a 4th with like a little plus next to it, where it's like, if he actually falls 4th, like, take him and be excited about it, right? It's just a little rich for me any further than that. Braden Willis is a 5th rounder that I'm really excited about. A lot of these tight ends, I'm really excited, where if they fall to a certain spot, they become great picks, like really great picks, because you got to remember, not so long ago, Travis Kelce was a 2nd rounder, and Zach Ertz was a 3rd rounder. George Kittle was a 5th rounder. Tight end is a weird position. And while you can spend a 2nd round pick, you tend to need those earlier picks for the trench guys that you can't take later, right? Like, for instance, going back to offensive tackle, it is just bizarre to me that Wanya, for as well as he can move and as well as he played at Oklahoma, is as low as he is because he's got better tape than a lot of these guys, I assume. I cannot pretend I've watched Richard Goriage, but because once you get this far down the draft, it's like, oh Lord, I would truly have to be crazy full time. But I could tell you, Wanya Morris brings a lot more to the table than tall man Ryan Hayes, in my opinion. And Jordan, probably, like, Payne Durham is a lock blocker Like, I mean, Payne Durham's got some of the strongest hands that I've seen from a tight end in the class, where once he gets to his spot, he just grabs you and you don't move anymore, right? And it's awesome. I mean, most tight ends can't engage that cleanly on their blocks. And it's a different kind of blocking than some tight ends, because most tight ends couldn't even attempt this, right? Like, most tight ends are going to block you out with their hands. They're going to try to lock your hands and move on later. Rahul, the problem is that I think a lot of these... Okay, Rahul, let me give you an example. Last year, I was really heavy on two guys, JT Woods, I guess technically three, JT Woods, Jalen Petrie, Tyler Smith. I really liked Christian Watson. I really liked a lot of the players that all freaking ended up in the top 100. Like, Raul, I could make a video about the late rounders I like, and they won't go in the late rounds. Like, I'm not trying to say I am some kind of all-seeing eye, but Rahul, there's a lot of these guys that people just are going to miss on. I guess I could call it a video on my guys, right? Where it's like, I'll go through and I'll talk about some guys that I think are undervalued, right? Because last year, when JT Woods went into, Scott, it's not that I'm a draft whisperer. It's that when JT Woods went in the high third round, I was like, well, there you go. Like, this is what I thought I was seeing. Like, he's a track athlete that played the ball well in the air, that could bite down really, really well. And while he was kind of a soft tackler, like, he played in an Aranda defense that moved him all over the place, meaning that he had tons of experience, and it implied he was coachable. I was like, this guy has so many of the traits that you would want in a safety, and if you get him in the 5th round, you're stealing. And we were. Like, at that point, we were making a mockery of ourselves. Like, there was a point, you got to remember, where I drafted right after the Senior Bowl. I drafted Christian Watson in the 5th round. I drafted Devontae Wyatt in the 3rd round. I've drafted Tyler Smith in the 4th round, and the NFL laughed at me because almost all those guys were first rounders. Like, and certainly top 40s. Like, I mean, there are a lot of these guys where I couldn't tell you who's going to drop. Like, I can try, right? But it's harder to tell when I haven't watched a literal 1,000, or not 1,000, when I haven't watched 200 players, because I'm following free agency, you end up trying to cover a little too much, right? But when I'm going through and I'm trying to cover what I can, because I'm up at about 75 players at this point that I've watched in the draft, they're just kind of all over the place. I can tell you that I think Wanya Morris has a lot more to offer than a lot of the other guys around here. Blake Freeland is going to walk a similar path to what Ryan Hayes is going to have to walk, right? Where I like Hayes. I like Hayes enough. I think Hayes is going to get smoked by really, really good edge rushers, which is a normal story for guys his height, his weight, and like his size. I mean, you have to be able to play a really good edge rusher, period. And Wanya has the movement capability. He's got the anchor. The anchor actually needs a little bit of work, but maybe most importantly, if Braxton Jones taught me anything, it's that there's going to be about 12 schemes in the league where if you can run block, you can play, right? Braxton Jones, let's be real, guys. He did not earn his way onto the field because he was a killer pass blocker, right? He earned his way onto the field because Braxton Jones was the best run blocker that they had at the tackle position, and that they thought that there was a bunch of plays that they could build off of him that were exclusively him run blocking, and then they'd figure the pass protection out from there. And he kind of did. Kudos to Braxton. He had a really solid season. Wanya reminds me of that in the same way, where he's somebody that I could plug into the offense and expect him to run block at an NFL level. And that's good news for him. And because he's got the movement capability, I think it's going to push him up the draft. But going back to what the board has, Dell really freaks me out. If in case, I'll keep this really short, because whenever we're talking about something we've already talked about, Nathaniel Dell mock draftable, like, you're looking at one of the smallest receivers that you could possibly ask for. 10-yard split? Sweet. But he didn't test out of his mind in the broad jump or the 40-yard dash, and he's literally in the first percentile as far as height and weight goes, with teeny tiny hands and still really short arms. Like, catch radius, it's not there. Size, it's not there. He cuts like the wind. He cuts like he's 165 pounds, doesn't he? But I would rather take somebody like Michael Wilson that's bigger, faster, stronger. I'd rather take somebody like A.T. Perry. Like, I'm going to cheat. We're going to take Michael Wilson later because we can. Because I'll tell you, to me, you could draft Michael Wilson and hope that he's Lazard plus a little bit. Like, Michael Wilson has every capability of becoming an Alan Lazard type player, and the Bears could use it, right? ESB plus, Let's say you had a wide receiver room going forward of let me see. Like, of course he's a huge injury risk, Rahul. It's the only reason you're getting him in fourth. If he wasn't an injury risk, he'd be higher up. Slim Jim, how you doing? Like, if you had an injury, or if you had a wide receiver room of DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, Chase Claypool, and a better Equanimeous St. Brown on a rookie contract, I think we would all agree that's really not so bad. In fact, that's about as good as Green Bay's had it for years, and they've had some of the best offenses in football. So, I don't know. Around this area, there's a lot of options, right? I think that there's some really fun halfbacks later. I still think the value for tight end is around here. If it was me, 89 feels really good to take Payne Durham. It's going to get me an F. If Tucker Kraft actually lasts here, that's sweet too. Main thing I'm thinking about is, can I be blunt with you guys? Cole Kmet to me had better be a U tight end. Because, yeah, we drafted Tipman Eric. No worries. Cole Kmet had better be a U tight end because he's not a good enough Y tight end. Let's see. So within that, it's, I don't know. I want Kmet to prove it as pass catcher, as somebody that Fields knows and plays with. And that's enough for me. So within that, I want the Bears to bring in somebody that can block and also catches a little bit. I think that has Payne Durham written all over it. I think there are a lot of people that are going to look at this tight end class and they're going to see a ton of guys exactly like Josh Wiley, who it embarrasses me that he's ahead of Will Mallory. I think Mallory's the much better player. Let's see, WFM, what do you mean? What about tape, though? Because, John, I hear you, but he's just not a good enough Y. I want my Y tight end to be a consistent blocker, and Kmet is anything but consistent. Payne Durham is consistent in how he blocks, getting out into space. He's not the fastest guy to get out into space, but once he is, he's going to make you just about any block you need, whereas Kmet's going to throw his body at you, not unlike Michael Mayer. Whether he actually hits the block or not is a completely separate question. So I tend to look at these guys where, let's see, I agree that's why we should re-sign him. I hear you. So to me, I look at, honestly, Will Mallory. I think to myself, worst case scenario, you've got a Robert Tonyan, a better Robert Tonyan. So Evan, we've talked about this before. Kmet is a true hybrid. The problem being that Kmet is a jack of all trades. And what is the finisher to that phrase, right? The biggest issue Kmet has is, in my opinion, tight end is a position where you need to be really good at something and then kind of good at something else. That's Payne. That's Payne in a nutshell. I can tell you exactly what he can do. I can tell you exactly what he can't do. And what he can do is give you a little more than you anticipated out of him every single snap. Because you think, big, slow guy, what's he going to do? And then he catches a tight end angle route for a touchdown. And he catches a tight end flat route for a touchdown. And then he catches a key third down over the middle. Will Mallory. He's 245 pounds. What's he going to do? Block way better than you think he is? Or get out into space as an arc blocker and engage his man? Show some serious burst after the catch? He's played in 4 offenses, for crying out loud. The primary reason that I imagine a guy like Mark Renner has him down at 193 is because he never got a second offense within this. And that's the thing, Eric. I tend to agree with you where if we're talking about Kmet, being a better blocker than I suggest, are you talking about Kmet or are you talking about Durham or Mallory, actually? Because I'll tell you, when I go on some of these rants, it's the latency always gets me. So let's see. Oh, we're talking about Kmet. That's the thing, Eric. He's recognized as a better blocker than I suggest, and I don't know what to do about it. Because I see too many plays in too many games where Kmet is the key block and we don't get the key block, right? And where I could tell you, like I could point to games where Kmet was the reason that the offense started to come apart. Like, I'll use a silly one, right? You guys remember last year's Tampa game when Kmet dropped that stick route that would have been a third down convert, or I think it would have been it would have made a 2nd and 10, a 3rd and 4, or maybe like a 3rd and 3. I don't know. There's a bunch of Kmet drops we could talk about. And then in this one, there was the Philly game. Might have been the Buffalo game. But there was either the Philly game or the Buffalo game where Kmet got hit in the face with a ball that he dropped on a flat route. And the immediate next play, he was an arc blocker on a toss to the left, and he got blown up, and the series was over. And don't get me wrong, like, I don't say this to hate Kmet. I say it in more that when you look at Travis Kelce, you know what Kelsey's going to do for you. When you look at Jimmy Graham, even, like, the salary was high, but you know what Jimmy Graham's going to get you. And he did give it to the Bears. Like, red zone, touchdown post-ups. I mean, he's the king of that stuff, right? You look at Mark Andrews, you know exactly what he's going to give you. Beautiful corner, beautiful out, beautiful in routes, like route running that pretty much anybody but Kelce can't offer. You look at Hawkinson. What's Hawkinson going to give you? Hawkinson is the jack of all trades, but he's a little better at route running in particular. And so he offers a little bit more of that quarterback safety blanket than Kmet does because he can drop his hips. With Kmet, I can tell you he can attempt anything. And there's a decent chance he could do it. I can't pencil anything in as Kmet will absolutely do that, which bums me out. And that's the thing, Evan. Like, when you say Kmet can eat in the red zone, what is a play? So I used to make this same argument with Trubisky, which I promise I'm not trying to be hateful. What is the play that Kmet can make that Robert Tonyan can't? Right? What is the play that Kmet can make that only 7 other tight ends can do? Right? What is, like, truly, what's the set of plays that Cole Kmet can make that don't tell you? The argument would be, is Kmet over-targeted, or is he worth all these targets? Right? The Bears have been throwing to the tight end a lot because the wide receivers are so bad that why on earth would you ever throw to them? Like, it's no argument that Kmet gets his targets, but is he doing much with them? Is he, frankly, earning them? Are there other tight ends where you would think to yourself, like, how much worse is Ryan Griffin going to be at that? Or did Ryan Griffin just not get to run it? And that's the thing. Like, I hope that none of this ever comes across as me having some kind of vendetta against Cole Kmet. I don't, right? I appreciate a tight end where I know what they can do. Will Mallory is like watching Tyler Higbee, right? Like watching a true U tight end. Small, but he'll make you some blocks. Kind of like similar to Dalton Kincaid, but the more NFL normal version of a U tight end, right? Brandon, this is what I do. Like, Mallory is quick up the seam. Mallory's got great hands. Mallory's one of the better hands-catching tight ends in the class, in my opinion. It's an underrated piece of his game. Mallory was the stability, like, of a Miami offense that was hectic and broken from the inside out. But when Mallory came into the game, they ran the ball effectively, they passed the ball effectively, and he got the ball on short downs, and he cashed in on it. Like, I've seen Mallory run tight end stick. Well, I've seen Mallory run tight end digs. Well, I've seen Mallory run tight end seams. Well, like, Mallory can block at least as well as you would ask a 245 guy to block. Ace, I'll find some for you. But so within that, like, I can tell you that when Mallory moves up to the NFL level, this is where I want him to succeed. I want to do these things with him. With Cole Kmet, I think he's fast in a straight line. I think that's not as helpful as people think it is. The argument that I would make is that I think that Luke Musgrave here from Oregon State, not only a huge injury risk, easily the fastest tight end in the class. I mean, crazy fast. Well, I thought he was. And then Will Mallory massively outran him, which is neither here nor there. But so Luke Musgrave has a crazy fast first step, outrageously explosive. Ace, thank you so much. You better believe that's helpful. I will absolutely jump in and get all of this film as available as I can be. But getting back to it, it's like Cole Kmet, Luke Musgrave, they're both really fast in a straight line. I don't think that's what NFL tight ends get asked to do. And so it just makes me wonder what the Bears should do with him. If it's me, I would personally let Kmet play the year out. Like, grab a tight end in the draft. If you would spend a second round pick, like on one of these guys, you would pull in Tucker Kraft, go for it. Like, go get you a tight end. Let him compete with Cole Kmet. Maybe you don't need to extend him after all. I mean, after all, Ryan Poles has to say that he and Cole Kmet, or like he loves Cole Kmet. But he said he loved Dave Montgomery, and he didn't extend him. So I don't know. I think we keep trying to read things because the other thing worth remembering, Eric, if you're still in, I know you're still in here. Like the other thing worth remembering within this whole conversation is that there are going to be guys that get well graded because they got snaps, but I don't know. Like, for me, maybe Kmet gets better when the whole offense gets better, rising tides lifting all boats and all that. But I worry Kmet is in that Allen Robinson category, where Allen Robinson, argument could be made, as good as he was in Chicago, that he got an extra 20% of the targets because the rest of the offense was so bad, and that a rising tide actually would have lowered Robinson's production over time. I wonder if the same is true with Cole Kmet, where if Justin Fields had because here's the bizarre part, right? Like, let's see. If Justin Fields throws for 3,500 yards and runs for 800, first off, he's in the MVP conversation. Not even a joke, right? Like, it that's the hardest part about this, is like taking a look at Lamar's 3,150 yard passing like MVP season where he threw for like 30 touchdowns, and Jalen Hurts coming in second in the MVP voting with 3,700 yards, 3,500 yards, which, if memory serves, Mitch Trubisky was able to hit. Like, that would probably, with enough sizzle, like to go with the numbers, put Fields in rarefied air according to the greater NFL. So we're not working with that many passing yards, right? If DJ Moore gets like 900, right? And if Darnell Mooney gets like 800, I don't know. Let's say DJ Moore we would hope he gets more than 900, but we're talking about 3,500 passing yards, right? Like, maybe DJ Moore gets 1,100. Maybe Darnell Mooney gets 800, right? Okay, so now we're talking about 1,900 yards have been consumed. How many are ESB going to get? 200? How many is Chase Claypool going to get? 550? It's a contract year. Like, he's got to get some, right? What is left for Cole Kmet? How many yards in a normalized offense is Kmet going to get? Like, that's the part that I look at and I'm like, what's normal? Like, if you put Cole Kmet on the Chiefs instead of Travis Kelce, what slice of the pie does he get out of 5,000? Like, to me, that question is what to me tells you what a tight end really is, right? And the other thing worth mentioning is that, like, if Cole Kmet is fine, that's fine. That's good. And you're right, Rahul. Actually, left a decent chunk of yardage on the table. Maybe Kmet goes out there and has his Dalton Schultz year, gets like 500. But anyways, the argument that I was going to make here is, then let's see. Yeah, Poles love me, the kiss of death. That'd be hilarious. So let's see. We have Benton. Probably want to see if we can get an edge, but it doesn't look like. Let's see. We'll have fun with it, because I kind of want to let's get to some tape. I've got some good tape for you guys. Let's go. Let's go with Brooks, because no, I want my guy. No, we're going to cheat. because we can. We'll take Brooks to get an edge defender. Let's see. Do I have 128? We'll take Wilson. We'll take Wanya. We'll take... Man, Bennett's really not bad. Let's see. They took Ji'Ayer from me. Where did he go? Just for next. Yeah, that's Ji'Ayer Brown. I think. Let's see. No, it's Ji'Ayer. Which I was like, that is really interesting spelling. It's Ji'Ayer Brown. Let's see. Kuntz isn't a bad player, but we're going to take... Oh, man. I don't love Keaton Mitchell. There are a lot of running backs that I really like. I really like Eric Gray. I actually won't be surprised to see him sit pretty much right there because there's not a lot of great options. Chandler Zavala can play. He could be an inside guy that the Bears could take a look at. We've already drafted like 3 offensive linemen, though, so I don't know about that. Let's see. Has Pickens already been taken? More than likely. Let's stick the defensive line and the edge defenders on the board here. Take a look at what we're working with. It ain't much. We'll take Yaya Diaby because I really like him for what he is. And then, let's see. Deuce would be fun. I don't know, because they've got a lot of these like really strong runners, right? They need more of these, like a third down back kind of thing. But I don't know. Let's see. What's his name? What's the kid who just tore his ACL? Voorhees. Yeah, Voorhees already got taken. Bummer for us, I guess. Let's see. We'll take Moro Ojomo. I actually don't know much about him, but we'll just take him because he's a D lineman. Then we can take, let's see, we could take Eric Gray. Bears may take Mickey Blackman around here. I think they would. He's a solid little corner, honestly. Like, if he actually made it to the 5th round, which he might. Like, I've got an R4 on him personally, but he's got the size. He's got footwork. You can't have too many DBs, and the Bears certainly don't have enough of them. Will Mallory, RIP. He just got taken up there. That's going to push us towards Payne Durham. It's funny to me how long it took them to add like the Bears 7th rounders. So now we're going to get the compensatory 7th, and I literally don't know who we're going to pick. Generally, I just sort of go with where I'm led. And in this case, most of the time I just take the quarterback. What's his name? Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the UCLA guy, who, by the way, he's a gunslinger. Let's see. And that's Jay Silver down here. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, Ace, I'm not there yet. I think Blackwell looks solid, but I don't know. Rezjon Wright would be really interesting. Because, again, like, you could do all kinds of... Like, he's basically just an older, like, long person that's going to beat people up. But it wouldn't surprise me to see him go higher than 281, if only because he's so tall. But, I mean, I like to hope so, Jordan. Let's see. Sims... What did you say? Sims on DTR? What did he put on him? Like, what did Chris Sims have on Dorian Thompson-Robinson? I can't just do that. Let's see. Dorian Thompson-Robinson. We'll draft him so that we can finish out. But mostly, I mean, I think there's a ton of guys that make a lot of sense here. This is the, like, what if we took Skoronski? How would we fill it out? And my thought is, if you took Skoronski, and especially if you scored Tippmann, you could have Wanya and Tevin and a low-tier free agent compete for whoever's going to start at right tackle or left tackle, and that wouldn't bother me. Like, that'd be a sweet competition. I'm interested to see what happens with Nate Davis. I wouldn't move him if he does play left guard. I sure hope he can play it well. I'm not that worried about him at the end of the day because he's a professional, but I don't know. Like you guys are talking about, like, going through things, a lot of people in the chat are more or are less wary of Tevin than I am. And the tape, I need to go back and watch it. Honestly, I just need fresh eyes. Like, seeing the neck injury freaked me out a lot. And so the neck injury plus a bunch of people being really down on him has me thinking that if they're working with him and they maybe don't like him, that I just assume that they know what they're talking about. But maybe they don't. I mean, that happens all the time in the NFL, where somebody just ends up on the outs with an organization and the reason's just not that great, right? Yeah, Bradley, I hear you. This is the what if they went with Skoronski, and the idea would be that they get an all-pro at guard, and then they move on from there, right? Which, adding to your offensive line is helpful. You got to remember, Bradley, that while that's not normal valuation, guards drive this run game. Like, this run game is as good as your guards are. And the fact that the Bears were so bad in the interior is part of why they pretty much exclusively started running outside zone, wide zone, and pin and pull later in the year. I mean, if you want to remember why they functionally stopped running up the middle, it's because hurt Cody Whitehair, not Tevin Jenkins, and Sam Mustipher were so poor blocking in the interior. So Nate Davis plus Skoronski plus Whitehair or Tippmann, whoever won that, in the interior with Braxton Jones, and in this case, whoever won that competition on the right-hand side, it's really not a bad line, especially in the run game. And so at this point, your D-line would be hurting a little bit. You'd be running like DeMarcus Walker at 3 tech. Maybe it's Keanu Benton. Maybe it's not. He'd be starting alongside like Andrew Billings or something like that. It's going to be weird. Like, just looking at what the defensive line is going to be like. But, I mean, we don't know. No. Not we don't know. Let me rephrase that. If the defensive line isn't there yet at the end of the year, who cares? Right, guys? Like, the Bears are this is the fun part of the rebuilding, right? Last year we were selling, this is going to be a bad team, but it's going to be a fun team. That's this year, right? Like, I mean, this year is the, hey, next step, much more competitive team. Last year was, they're tanking, but at least it's the fun kind of tanking. And hopefully they're going to reset the franchise. So far they have. Like, let's put it this way. Have they done an S-tier rebuild so far? I don't know about S-tier, but they're definitely in that A-tier. Like, they are moving in a great direction. They are spending resources relatively wisely, especially compared to a lot of the league. They've acquired a ton of draft capital. They seem like they're prioritizing a lot of the positions. Like, exactly, John. Like, there's a whole lot of pieces to this rebuild where I see a lot of people on Twitter, I don't blame anybody for this, that they want to win absolutely ASAP. They say rebuilds are not this long. Like, you should be able to turn this thing around much faster than this. And I would agree with you if I hadn't watched the Bengals. Like, the Bengals went from we were terrible to we got Burrow and still terrible to we're very good. And the Bears got Fields a year early. Then they stripped down. They had their we're just flat out terrible year. Next year is we are flat out terrible, but we have Justin Fields and some of these young guys. And then the idea would be that the year after that, 2024, is when they kick the door open. They say, we're the Bears, and we're here to take the NFC North. They got 2 first-round picks. They've got other draft capital on top of that. Ideally, they've got young kids that are playing well, and you move up from there. You maybe have one of the better back sevens in the NFL at that point. Depending on how Eddie Jackson comes back from his injury and keeps up in his age, you might be looking at a super sweet back seven with an only okay group of front guys. Maybe they swing a trade. What are the Bills going to do with Ed Oliver? Probably pay him, but they're getting tighter and tighter on the cap. Maybe Leonard Williams finds his way to the Bears. Maybe the stars align. Chris Ballard convinces Ji'Ayer that they are going to tank, and Irsay approves it, and they trade DeForest Buckner to Chicago. I don't know. It's all pie in the sky. But the Bears have so much effective cap space right now that we can be pie in the sky. Like, there's going to be more pieces to the puzzle than just the draft. The draft's a good starting point, though. And so then what? I don't know. I'm enthralled. I mean, I can't wait to see what this is going to be because there's so many different ways that the Bears could take this. Will they trade down from 9? Will they stick at 9? What could they do at 9? I mean, let's turn the randomness up just a little bit so that we can. No, I don't know if I love the randomness. We'll do like a 5-rounder at this point. Let's see what our options are. We'll go a little quicker because we've discussed so much. And then let's see. Tyree got taken. So I do think Van Ness makes a lot of sense here. But let's take a look at our options. So let's say the Lions wanted to come up. They wanted to give us 48 and 18 and Minnesota's 3, right? To come up to 9. It could be interesting. And certainly the Bears get an extra pick. So if we offer this, we're going to then fall back to 18. The Bears still have a shot at getting a really, really good player. They could take JSN. They could take Kalijah Cansey. It's a bummer that Van Ness got drafted right there. Maybe you don't want to go all the way back here because in particular, I know I'm looking at Broderick Jones. I'm looking at Skoronski. Johnson got drafted already. As a matter of fact, did Johnson get drafted before us? He did. So that's definitely a trade back spot. I think JSN makes so much sense. It wouldn't surprise me if the Bears go with like an Anton Harrison here, just because they would say to themselves, we got to take this tackle at some point. If they're not taking a guard, I'll tell you, man, Will McDonald's going to make a lot more sense in a 3-4, but boy, oh boy, is he so good at football. Kalijah Cansey's a lot of fun. I want to still love Jackson Smith-Jigba's fit for the Bears right now. I don't know if it's there. Like, if you get to take JSN, you might as well trade Chase Claypool, which we could do. Like, it's on the table, or at least it ought to be, right? But let's see, what would the Giants give me? Would the Giants give me that? Yeah, you know what? Let's go crazy. Let's go. I want you to do that, though. We get to keep Anton, so we're going to. Oh man, we could seriously take Kalijah Cansey right there. That is stealing. Let's see. Are you kidding? Can I really just he had to have been drafted. He had to have been drafted, right? Am I going nuts? What are you doing? What's Darnell Wright doing down there? Let's see. Then at 48, we can take. Oh yeah. This is it. We can take Foskey. Then at 53, we can take Tippmann. Then at 57, we could take drowning in talent. We'll take Felix. We'll take Brents. We'll take Benton. This is getting sassy. We'll take Wilson. Oh, man. This isn't full random 23. This is default settings. This is just falling. Let's see. Okay, so it didn't give us that. We'll take, let's see. I like Sean Tucker. Is he here? Is Sean Tucker already? Oh, Sean Tucker just got drafted. Let's see here. What running backs do we got? Because we can just flat cheat later. Let's see. We could take Gray. Gray's not so bad. Let's see. I think as far as the centers go, Cody, there's a lot of good ones. Like Whippler and JMS and Tipman all make a lot of sense if the Bears want to go center relatively early. A lot of options there. Let's see here. We'll take Ji'Ayer to add that extra bit of depth, I guess. And then we'll take, oh man, let's see. What D-line, if any, exist here? Yeah, I just don't know much about Morrow. I can't pretend I do. We'll go with Gray. This draft is disgusting. Lee Good. Let's see. Chandler Zavala is a solid interior player. We'll bring him in. Certainly there's a lot of interest there. I don't actually know if he'd fit the scheme that well, but I cannot believe that getting Darnell Wright at 25 even works. So that's a double trade back. You get Foss. Man, that's disturbing, right? You get a sweet tackle. You get a good edge, two good edge defenders. You get a CB2 that could grow into a CB1, maybe. You get probably the best center in the class. You get a sweet one tech, a total project receiver, a total project edge defender to go off of that. A halfback I like a lot, and a very interesting guard at that. Like, you just stock the cupboard with talent, which would be a whole lot of fun. There's all kinds of options with the Bears in the draft. Like, 23, you mean the, you mean the Kramer. So I think of Kramer a little bit like a bowling ball, especially since he gets knocked over a lot. Like, that doesn't mean he sucks necessarily. It just means I don't know. I'm not counting on him like crazy, but maybe he surprises. I'll tell you one player that I want to watch, if you guys are down to watch him, is take a look at Broderick Jones, right? I'll figure the monetization out later. Let's watch just a little bit of tackle tape so we know what we're talking about. Broderick Jones, number 59, look at how good he makes 315 pounds look. Like, watch this tape, right? Really dig in. Where 59 looks natural. He's still somewhat raw, could probably use some coaching, if we're being honest, like at least at the NFL level. I don't think he's as smooth in some of his movements as he can be, and his like hand placement could get better, as you see right there. We'll rewind it one more time just so you can see it. Like, watch him lower his shoulder and not get his hands out so he doesn't play long, as it's called on this. Like, getting to the second level, he just leans his shoulder in and thumps the guy. But man, he moves so well. It makes me wonder what the Bears would think about him, because while Paris is like the obvious choice, you look at forced throws like that and you're like, okay, this guy's got some serious power. He's got good length. I think he's like 34-inch arms, something like that. I mean, if Paris didn't exist, Broderick Jones would be probably the best tackle in the draft. But I did say Paris, right? But Paris is like, you built a tackle in a lab kind of guy, and that's sweet for Paris. But we can fixate on Paris Johnson, right? If you traded down into the 15, like, to me, Cody, the main thing that I'm looking at is that if the Bears got an offer to trade down to 12, which it takes two to tango, the Texans would have to want to come up, right? But if you traded down to 12 or something like that, Broderick Jones will probably be there. And so, or Skoronski, like, you could have an option to get a very sweet offensive lineman and an extra draft pick, which would just be stealing. Like, this is a very good player. The funny part about the tackle conversation is that it's a bar that you're trying to clear, right? Whereas wide receiver is a little bit more like, this guy's good, this guy I don't think is good. Tackle is a little more like a million ways to get a very good player that protects your quarterback. And are they good at different things? Sure, right? Do they have different ceilings? Yes. Are they going to play in different ways? Of course. But they're ultimately playing a similar enough position. Whereas with wide receiver, honestly, like, ex wide receiver, flanker, like the different releases and the ways that people work to get open, it might as well be totally different. Like Jalen Hyatt and Josh Downs are not the same. And so you're evaluating a position with the same title. But that's the thing, like Cody, he's so smooth, Jordan. I mean, like, to me, Broderick Jones is a very similar athletic mold to Braxton Jones, but he's better in every facet. Like, he makes all the sense of the world. Jordan, by the way, honest question. How on earth do you think Darnell Wright tested like he did when he can barely pull across the formation, if at all? Like, do you think he just lost weight? Do you think he played at a heavier weight, like at Tennessee, than he tested at? Because whatever that athleticism was, like his broad jump, his vertical, all that was just psycho. I mean, it is a complete 180. That is a jaw-dropping testing day if I have ever seen one. And the funny part is as I, like, it clearly is, Jordan. If you're telling me that I can get Darnell Wright's hands with the feet that can pull across the formation, you're talking about potential best tackle in the class. Like, nobody's a better pass protector. Paris could become one, but nobody's a better pass protector. Like, we've been talking about Darnell Wright since day one when he was projected in round 4. Very, 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 very similar in the same way, Jordan, that you and I know at least, have been talking about Wright, where it's like, this guy's not a 4th rounder. I don't know what you're on, but like, Darnell Wright is easily one of the best players in the class, in my opinion. Broderick Jones, the funny part about watching Broderick is that you can see where he's winning with just flat out physicality that isn't technique. So there's room for technique to blossom within Broderick Jones's kit. Like, it's crazy thinking about what Broderick Jones might be, because reps like this one right here, he's just going to dominate the guy across from him. Like that right there, sure, he's giving up technically a little bit of ground, but he's pulling him in and then wrenching him off to the side. He's treating it like a run block, and then he does this. Oh my gosh. Look at this movement in space. Get out, crush the guy, send him to the moon. Like, Broderick is a wild mover. I mean, so natural at every facet of the position. It's like watching Darnell Washington in the sense of he's just physically dominating. He's just beating the tar out of people. Like, I think it's hard to tell. In my opinion, Jordan, I think it's hard to say Paris doesn't make sense. Like, Paris makes sense. Broderick is more the staple, though, if that makes sense. I should. Where Paris will fit on functionally any offense. Like, you could play West Coast with Paris. You could play Shanahan with the Paris. You could play any scheme, in my opinion, with Paris Johnson. It's not a question. But with Broderick, he embodies what you're probably looking to do within the Bears scheme. I think he may have gotten taken out of the game for some reason or another. He's a superstar athlete. Superstar level athlete. Now he's back. 59, and he immediately lights the edge up. And I mean, I know I'm the spider chart guy. But if you look at Broderick Jones as mock draftable, I mean, what more could you ask for? Like, ironically, Wanya Morris is one of the closest comparisons. But you've got sweet 10-yard split, you've got sweet 40-yard dash, you've got sweet jumping ability, great arm length, good wingspan, good enough height and weight. Like, this is the dude. Like, Broderick Jones, in a quick couple glances of film. Look, at the end of the day, what I hope you guys know me for is that, we'll go detail on Bears players when it comes up, but especially in the draft, I think you can watch a little bit of a player and get a strong gist most of the time when I'm showing it to you guys, and you don't need to watch 3 full games of tape and come up with an absolutely crystalline conclusion. It's more like you can watch a game like this and you can say, whoa, okay, Broderick Jones can move like crazy, and he can. moves around, battler as a pass protector. He's going to take his lumps in the NFL. Like, Broderick is a great candidate for his first few games in the NFL. Could have some serious welcome to the NFL rookie moments where he just tries to land these boxing mitt hands and he gets outpunched. But he's got the physical, nasty demeanor that anybody, or that, like, the Bears are looking for. He moves so well. I can't emphasize that enough because this scheme has the tackles pull across the formation all the time. This scheme has the tackles getting out into space all the time. You have to be able to move well if you're going to do what the Bears want you to be able to do. And it's so funny to me because I don't think Broderick picks this up the way he's quote unquote supposed to. But, like, let's see, because it's after this rep. He's just physical enough that an SEC, because this is against South Carolina, an SEC interior defensive lineman surprising him just isn't enough to knock him off balance. And instead, he'll just land his right hand, kick him off, pull his weight across his chest. This is Broderick Jones. You've probably heard about Paris Johnson. Paris Johnson's a great player. Like, Broderick Jones is a butt kicker on the offensive line. I mean, wherever he goes, he's more than likely. Oh, look at that. I mean, how fun is that to watch? And we screwed it up. Like, just bang, right hook, and you're out of the lane. I imagine Luke Getsy is salivating over this kind of play. Because if 73 cleans his lane out, great. But, man, that's power. That's the power you can't teach. Right, Jordan? And then there's old Brock Bowers, the stud. Gosh. I know it's corny to talk about a player like him, but, man, Georgia is just so loaded. Bowers makes tight end look outstandingly easy. To me, he's the kind of tight end that, like, the NFL, whew, like, he's going to hit it hard. I bet you people will find some reason to knock him in the second round. They seem to. Well, to me, Jordan, the funny part about talking about Paris Johnson is that Paris Johnson is a project. Like, Broderick Jones is less of a project than Paris Johnson is. Like, that's not a bad thing. It's more like Paris Johnson is the ideal frame, like the prototype for a tackle, and so much so that he could literally fit anywhere. You don't get the style points. Like, Broderick Jones here is smoking people. Also, if I could just point it out, so Bill Zimmerman pointed this out the other day, but I have to point it out. So you got Braxton Jones. You got Broderick Jones. If the Bears had these guys bookending Justin Fields, you can't just name them Jones because they're both on the same side of the ball and they're both on the field at the same time. So that means you have to use the first initial, which is both B, meaning you have to use the second initial, which is both BR, meaning you have to go to the third letter in the first name, which is bra and bro. And maybe I'm being a massive cornball, but I think it would be absolutely hilarious to create his and hers marketing material with Braxton, or with Bro Jones and Bra Jones. Like, a bit sophomoric, yes. But funny and something I would spend money on, also yes. Like, it would be exactly the tackle synergy. Look at this. I understand his guy had a chance to make the hit. But, like, look at the footwork here. Like, toss, second level, contact. Not a great play. But within this, it's like at least not a great, I don't know, result. I guess it was a better result because the guy missed the tackle. But Broderick is so consistently putting himself into the position he needs to be, then I'll fix the hands later. Like, here, plus, look at this. He's already hug blocking a little bit. Boom. 82, I don't know. Like, BRD and BRX. Bennett, I think that's the standard. Like, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. 23. You got to get as many Joneses as you can. It's the only way we can do this. Wait, did they flip him? No, they pulled him. No, he just knocked this guy out of his gap immediately. Is that Pickens across from him? Is he tossing Zach Pickens? Is he? Let's see. Zach Pickens is number 6. Oh, man. I like Pickens. Pickens is, like, really big. Broderick just steps up and throws him. I mean, I wish I had my little freeze frame. Because, like, look at this. Zach Pickens only stops where he stops because he collides. Like, Broderick throws him into his guard. And the only reason he stops there and settles up here is because he hit his man and knocked his man off course. Like, Broderick is playing with some crazy play strength. I honestly, 82, or it wouldn't surprise me if they ultimately allow more than that, like in terms of flexibility. Oh my word. I don't want to gush too much, but it's fun to gush, so I'm going to. Broderick is no hoping Zach Pickens. I mean, look at that crash. Like, he was standing here. He drove him over here, for crying out loud. Jordan, he's not a bear in any world. I think DeWand has a very decent shot at being one of the best offensive tackles in the class. I just don't know how anybody's going to get around him. Bosa's and all. Like, the Myles Garretts, the TJ Watts, all those guys we talked about earlier, Jordan, they have to come up with a DeWand plan. Like, you don't have to do that for most tackles in existence. But DeWand Jones, you have to come up with a plan. Because it's not that he's better than you. He's just got a trick that's really, really good. Yeah, WFM, that's hilarious. What were their reasons? Like, did they have reasons? Man, look at this. That's an edge defender. Like, there's pieces to this. One of the beautiful things about a prospect that's in the SEC is that, generally speaking, the players in the SEC just aren't that bad, right? And he's going to get a running start, and Broderick is just going to take him from here, and again, just chuck him out of the gap altogether. Running back has nothing to worry about, and is going to skate right on past for like 10 easy yards, right? Like, it doesn't even have to be crazy pretty for somebody like him. He's just silly strong. And he'll let you know. Like, Broderick Jones strikes me as the kind of guy that, like, you're taking an extra ice bath after you play against him, which I just struggle to imagine Poles doesn't just love. You know, Jordan? Like, everybody in here, I just imagine that Ryan Poles sees this kind of tape and goes, I love that guy. I mean, it'd be easy to. It's very easy to. Gosh, I love a violent lineman. Who doesn't, right? And there's a lot of guards that are super violent, which is super fun. Well, I wonder, Jordan, if they'd move Braxton for it, where they'd pick Broderick and they'd move Braxton over. Or maybe they play Tevin at right tackle and they like pick up another interior lineman somewhere else. Look, same guy. Simple, but like same guys that they've been going up against, and suddenly the edge can establish his feet, right? Like suddenly the left tackle isn't absolutely dominating. Wonder what changed. Oh my gosh, it's 45-0. Wow. We'll see. Because Jordan, if they're thinking that they're going to take a right guard and they're going to move him to left guard in Nate Davis, I guess anything's possible. Let's see, Cody. Maybe I can... Hang on. Okay, so I'll take this over here. You guys can take a look at... I don't know. I'll find something. How about some DJ Moore? Let's see. What do I got? A Cleveland game? Why do I have a Cleveland game? Why not? What's the worst? Here's some DJ Moore. We love it, right? I haven't actually watched this one, so I don't know what he does. But let's see. What was the game you mentioned? Let's see. Oh, yeah, Baker. Oh, Bennett. There is plenty of DeJuan Jones tape. You know what? Technically, we could watch Paris while we watch DeJuan. Right now, I'm looking through, trying to see... let's see. What were the games that you mentioned? The bad ones? Let's see. LSU or Mizzou. Let's see. Somehow, if you can believe me, Cody, I seem to have almost literally every other game. Yeah, we got Georgia Tech, Kansas. When did they play Kansas? Kentucky, Miss State, Ohio State. All kinds of that. But no, somehow we don't have those two. Wonder what happened. But let's see. I should be able to get some. Let's see, offensive line. Ohio State, Penn State, Iowa. Yeah. Okay, so bear with me. We're going to change Premiere Pro projects so that I can go to my draft grouping. What happened on the DJ Moore film? Literally fill me in, because I did not see it. Let's go with draft footage. If I don't have this, I'll pull it in. And we will kill not one. We will kill not two. We will kill 3 birds with one beautiful stone. Because we're going to take a look at Paris Johnson, DeJuan Jones, and Lucas Van Ness. which is a bit of a weird game. If only because Cosmo, you okay? Oh my gosh, looks like my orange cat Colby just scared the tar. Hang on. Is the stream still running? Can you hear me? Let's see. Webcam's off. That's what I figured. Looks like my cat got scared so badly that it screwed up the webcam, which isn't the first time. Man, if only these streams could just not deal with technical issues, that would be great. How funny. Let's see. If I do that and then that. Oh boy. So, let's see. Can you guys see this film? Looks like it, right? Something happened within this, and what at least I'm seeing is that Streamlabs is frozen. And I don't really want to kill the stream. At least not yet. So, we're just going to deal with a frozen webcam. R.I.P. Robert's face. That's the face you get to look at. What a shame. Right? But so within that, let's see. The Paris Johnson that I got. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll do media browser downloads. I do look very whelmed, don't I? What do you mean disk full? You guys get to watch me clear my my temporary files live on the air. Remove them. Live on the air. I've got solid enough internet to, let's see. Like, I've got solid enough internet to pull down 2 gigabytes. It is a very serious frozen Robert, absolutely. Could have frozen on something way worse. Let's see. No strong feelings one way or another. Face of me if I take it out of safety. Yeah. It's real ones, hours of the stream. That's hilarious. Hey, we've still got 100 people. We're building this thing up. We are slowly but surely grinding out a sweet group of people, which, thank you guys. Truly, your support is amazing. Let's see here. Now we've got this. Now we've got this. Let's watch some tape. All right, so you'll know Van Ness when you see him, if memory serves, because I can't remember his number. Is he 95? Now I got to know. Yeah, let's get more likes. I don't think he's 95. I bet he's like, yeah, he's 91. But so, here's Paris, 77, and here's the monster himself, DeJuan Jones. What's stunning is that Paris and DeJuan have similar arms. Paris, Johnson, mock draftable. Why didn't they list it? That's bizarre. Oh, this is the draft class of 1999. Oh. Yeah, there it is. Okay, whatever. Yeah, sure. And then Jones, draftable. Also extremely large. Let's see. 36 and 3/8. Jeepers. Are you kidding me? 36 and 1/8. Yeah, so Paris Johnson is only just a smidgen off. Windy City, thanks so much for jumping in. Thanks so much for subscribing. Yeah, Paris dad is a rough raz. And then Dewan comes in and it's like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean, their arms are almost the same. Like, that's just silliness. Anyways, so it's crazy to me to think that Paris's arms are almost as big as this guy's arms. But we'll go through some of these. And remember, Paris is a 1-year starter over here. Like, and he's a rotational player, Bradley. So he comes in later. What's crazy to me is Paris's footwork. Look at how quickly his feet pop. We'll get to Dewan in a minute. Like, pop, 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 pop. Strike. I mean, there's so many pieces to Paris's game where you can understand why he is where he is. And then on the other side, everybody overlooks the fact that Dewan basically plays football like Game of Thrones is the mountain. Like, just dunks him on the ground. Now, granted, 92 doesn't get a great rush. Looks like he eats it. I warn you, for a blowout game, because it is a blowout game, heads up, CJ Stroud does not play super well. But that's a conversation for another time. Paris gets left on an island functionally the entire game, and oh gosh, I mean, I just eat these reps up where it's like Paris catches him, he's got the ability to just stride. Awesome. And then on the other side, Dewan just uses his arms and basically just beats a tar out of a whole lot of stuff like that is. Here's 91. So you got Van Ness versus Dewan. And I mean, there's just nothing there. Like, take a look at this side. He's going to try to get at the edge. But there's just not much to get. And then on the other side, Paris takes the stunt. The guard gets smoked. Now, is that me reading too much? Maybe. Like, I'll be honest, that's possible. A lot of it's because I almost want change for change's sake. I see a lot of what happened last year as something that needs to be purged. But just to be honest with you guys, I mean, if Whitehair recovers from his injury, he was the Bears. I thought Whitehair was right up there with Tevin as the Bears' best lineman until he got hurt and then looked awful. But a lineman getting hurt and looking awful, you don't say. Right? That's a story that happens all the time. The Bears may or may not have just flat sat him had they not been in such dire offensive line straits. They may have rushed him back. And my understanding, Cody's a great dude. He'll do what he needs to do. And so within that, like, if Cody bounces back a little bit, if or what is this? Like, that's the thing, Prabhat. Like, I'd be happy with Bergeron too. So we talked about this early in the show. The problem that you have with some of these guys, just calling it out, right, is can they play day one, right? Because the Bears have done this fun thing where they've left some of these holes to be addressed in the draft. And if I can be honest with you guys, I think it's best policy to draft for who the player is going to be 3 years from now, regardless. So like at 9, there's a chance you could talk me into a guy like Christian Gonzalez that's arguing that he'd be the best player, and I might agree with you, but the Bears, with where they are in this rebuild, can't really afford to do that. You draft for need when you're bad, in my opinion. Like, the goal is to fix the team up into a place where you can draft best player available eventually. Like, the Bears need some serious talent infusion across the roster so that next free agency they can patch most, if not all, of the holes, so that in 2024 they can play the best, or they can pick the best players possible. Exactly, Joe. Like, I tend to think that, let's see, the D-line is the most glaring hole, but I can't help thinking that the offensive line needs to be stabled. Like, it's like the offensive line has to get stabilized, in my opinion. It looks like the game's over, by the way. Ohio State put in their whole second string. But so we just got to figure that out. Like, and by we, I obviously mean Chicago. Like, they've got to figure out what the plan's going to be. How are they going to execute it? And I'm perfectly fine if they sign like a Cam Fleming and they pass on Broderick Jones, they pass on Paris Johnson, maybe they do, maybe they don't trade down, or they take Lucas Van Ness. God forbid Tyree Wilson falls to 9. He will get chosen if that's the case. But so whatever happens, the Bears will get a sweet player. Not worried about it. Let's see. Won't speed up the passing game, fix some of the O-line problems. Joe will fix some of them, but I also tend to think that Justin Fields is always going to have a relatively slow passing game. Let's put it that way, Joe, where I don't think that's all an exclusive bad thing for somebody like Justin Fields. But Jalen Hurts went from holding the ball the absolute most to holding the ball top 5 most. And so I think that there's some of these things that won't totally change going forward. And Fields wanting to hang on to the ball and stay in the pocket as much as he can, that's something that I tend to think that the Bears should just start to plan for. Now, can he get the ball out faster? Yes, and we certainly hope so. Will it help him more that he's got somebody like DJ Moore and now Darnell Mooney benefiting from DJ Moore to throw to? Absolutely it will. Will he come ready to not get hit 55 times? Almost assuredly, right? But even so, improvements along the offensive line will help the offense become a little bit more holistic. Thoughts on Tyree? Simply put, Jordan, I think he's going to play dramatically better football in the NFL than he played at Texas Tech. And at Texas Tech, he showed me all the movement and all of the, basically the traits that I wanted to see. He just wore too many hats. So I think when you fix him to defensive end, I think that Tyree is going to be a really, 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 really good defensive end in the NFL. I'm excited to see what he brings. I'm so excited to see what he brings to the NFL, because I think when he streamlines down and plays one position, that he will be able to get so much better than all of the different positions that he was playing, as I swear he played outside linebacker and defensive end and 3-tech and everything in between. I think the other player that's going to get best, there's a couple of those players, Jordan, where it's like, hey, your role in the NFL, it's going to do you a lot better than your role in college did you. One of those is Will McDonald. Will McDonald is filthy as a pass rusher. And when he finally just gets to be a 3-4 outside linebacker, stand up instead of playing 3-tech at 235 pounds for Iowa State, he's going to make some plays. Will McDonald's one of those guys that's going to line up and beat you on 3rd and 10. Which is super, super fun. He's one of those pass rushers that's just got it, man. Reminds me a little bit of Montez Sweat is who I'm thinking of, where coming out, there were questions about how was he going to fit the run, but he had it in the pass rush game. He's had it while he's at Washington. It's not a question. And in that same way, I think McDonald's so much fun. But so, I like it, Jordan. I can see what you mean. From the Chandler Jones piece, I just tend to think that when Tyree focuses down, yeah, he's gonna nail it. But so, Ryan, Tyree's pretty bendy and thin. When you watch him stand up, he is long, more so than he is large. He makes whatever weight he's at look remarkably thin, in my opinion. All right, so we have hit 12:30. Let's see. That means, yeah, it's a 4.5 hour stream. That's a good time. This is as good a time as we're going to get to call it. We got a lot more to do. I got a lot more tape to watch. I can't wait to dive on in. This is still going to be a fun Bears offseason. We're not done with the free agents. I'll get some analysis up on the site if I can. I'm going to head to Galveston next week, so we're not going to do a stream next week. I'll try to get some building the board stuff posted here over the next couple weeks before we start to get to the live stream portion. We are filling out the public board. Yes, it's getting done. This is a year one project, which obviously means it's got some kinks to work out. But we'll figure it all out together, team. You guys are awesome. Tell your friends. Like the stream if you haven't already. 101 of you stayed up until 12:30, which is such a blessing on a random Tuesday here. Not even in the season, just deep in the off season. Enjoy your week. NCAA tournament's fun. Baylor lost. RIP. I think, did Illinois win? I don't remember if they made it. But so, because I know they were in the mix. But so, bear down, absolutely. Like, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be so much more fun than where things were, which is really all I look at. Like, Bears fans, we have been through it. Like, I hate to be the guy who's just gonna sunshine pump, but let me give you a little bit. Like, if you made it through the heartbreak that was the 2019 season, as you went from seeing a beautiful Bears era fail in cataclysm and catastrophe, and then you stuck it out through an awful Daniel. Thank you so much for subscribing. Great seeing you. And then in 2020, you stuck out a Bears regime that decided to just give it one more run, and it did not work, because why would it? And then for some reason, the leadership of the decision, or the people that made those decisions, they got another shot, and they drafted one of the most electric quarterbacks that the Bears have seen in maybe ever, and immediately handed him nothing in 2021, which obviously did not work. They fired the lame duck head coach, who I swear aged 15 years from when he started to when he finished his tenure with the Bears, and then they tanked immediately, successfully. But either way, we could say what we will about how last year was a fun season, guys. It was only so fun. Like, when we're coming here every single week and we were skipping watching the defense, like, I was trying not to talk about how dire the Straits were, but it was a very weird energy, because Fields would do something amazing, but the Bears would blow way too many gaskets. You would just feel frustrated. Who wouldn't, right? Felt like there was so much opportunity, but so many different ways to fail, which now, at this point, the Bears are really on the come up. Say what you will about power rankings. Power rankings are silly. The Bears have gone from 32nd in the NFL to like a collective aggregate understood they're about the 23rd best team in the NFL. And they'll climb a smidgen higher, probably into the low the high teens after the draft, when they add some really solid players. We hope, right? And say what you will, Foster, I say this because I'm a sadist as much as anything else. But like, if the Bears are a 7-10 team next year, that'll be about one win shy of where I hope they would be, but still way more fun than winning 3 freaking games in 17 tries, many of which were flat no-hopers. That second week Packers game was awful. Like, just to use a couple examples, honestly, most of the 49ers game was terrible. I remember joking in post game that the 49ers game was like, Bears get absolutely dominated on both sides of the ball, win 19-10. Like, I mean, it was just the worst kind of year. Whereas next year, across the roster, we probably get to see development happen. We said that last year, but like, this year, I'm not pulling my punches. Like, last year, I was as much a salesman. Hate to tell you guys, it's true. I was as much a salesman for trying to help people stay interested, because I was having to help myself stay interested, as anything else. This next year, a lot of last year's pieces are still here, right? And last year's pieces that are relevant are still here. We still got Mooney. You still got Claypool, whether you like him or not. Like, Braxton Jones, still here. Tevin Jenkins. Say what you will. Say what I did. Like, Tevin Jenkins has every ability to compete for a spot and make the Chicago Bears better. These are good things. Like Kyler Gordon, Jaquan Brisker, year 2. Some super fun linebacker signings in Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards. Like, the team is better this next year. Are they good? Not yet. Have you seen the Eagles roster? Have you seen the Chiefs roster? Like, it's a longer road than people like to make it. I think the secret in the NFL, the open secret, is that it is a short road to making the playoffs. It is a long road to winning the division, and it is an even longer road to winning a conference championship. Like, winning making the 7th seed, if the 2020 season taught us anything, it's just about throwing money at your team. Like, you buy enough players, you can get yourself into the wild card round, just like the Bears did against the Eagles in 2018. I guess that wasn't the wild card round; that was the divisional round. Like, within that, I mean, shoot, you know, maybe the Bears make the playoffs next year, maybe, but I don't think it's necessary. Like, I don't think it's required. It would be neat. But what really has to happen next year is that the offense needs to take a step forward. And if the offense takes a step forward and the defensive line still isn't done, or there's major injuries one way or another, well, the team isn't deep enough for me to require that somebody steps up. Does that make sense, guys? Like, if Eddie Jackson ruptures an Achilles tendon in week 2, it's happened before, then a lot of things about the season get worse in a hurry because the Bears aren't loaded with safety talent. They've got 2 guys. Neat. I mean, I think they still have DHC. Maybe. I actually have to go look that up. Because otherwise I think they probably would have added somebody. But Elijah Hicks, I'm glad he got reps, but he's not ready. I mean, what would you expect out of a 7th rounder, right? So we'll see. Like, we'll see what happens. Jordan, at this point, I actually am signed up I'm flying to New York to run the draft stream with a couple of my friends over at John Boy Media. We'll see what happens there. But I will keep you guys updated via Twitter about the draft show that we'll be putting on. WCG should still be doing a draft show, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity, and we'll see what happens. But could be something exciting. I don't know. Don't want to hint too much. But so within that, like, we'll get the chance to see what happens. I can't wait. This should be, let's put it this way, guys. Whatever team you envisioned Justin Fields leading last year, this is that team, right? The one that all the people on Twitter wanted to predict an 11-7 record, or say like 11-6 record minimum, 10-7 worst case scenario. It was like, this is that team that if you're going to get really over optimistic, maybe they do that. Probably not, though. But the Fields takes a step forward and explodes year, that's possible now because the Bears got DJ Moore. The Bears still have a very good, now underrated again, receiver in Darnell Mooney. Chase Claypool gets super underrated in these conversations because I literally forget about him. And Cole Kmet as a 4th option. Cole Kmet has been a wide receiver. Cole Kmet has been the 2nd best receiving option in the team for 2 straight years, which sucks. As the 4th best option, now we're talking. Like, it should be more fun. Like, can I guarantee you it will definitely be fun? Never. Not with this team. Love you, Chicago. But I can guarantee you it'll be more fun than it was last year, especially if we draft some offensive line talent. But name me a Chicago pundit that doesn't eventually beg for offensive line talent, like, overall. So, Jordan, I'm glad you said that. I would like to raise you, right? I would like to push my chips in and say one more thing, Bennett. Jordan mentions that the biggest worry this year is if Fields proves himself or not. My argument, Ryan Poles has set this team up to where if Fields does not prove himself, the Bears have legitimate options one way or another. If Fields flat fails, the Bears' first is going to be sweet. If the Panthers fail, the Bears are going to be, or like the Bears pick, or the Panthers pick that the Bears then consume is going to be sweet. If Fields does prove himself, obviously the team's in great spot. It's probably similar to the 2022 Lions. Like, we'll feel the same way. Like, whatever the Lions are feeling going into 2023, we'll feel the same way. But I'll tell you, Jordan, a friend of mine challenged me at one point. They said, "What are you so afraid of?" And I said, "Fields failing." And they said, "If you believe in him, what are you afraid of?" So there is an element, I hate to tell you guys, to open your heart ups to the thought of getting hurt again. But if you're bought in to what Justin Fields can do, you have nothing to be afraid of. Like, exactly, WFM. Believe that until the film says otherwise. Because if you don't see any way that Fields doesn't get better, good. That's probably a more fun way to exist. And the best part is that within the Bears' structure, if Fields doesn't prove himself, then the Bears are covered. Like, let's put it this way. You know what is, Bradley, you know what's desperate? Desperate is the 2019 Mitch moment, where when people like me around week 6 were openly declaring Mitch probably isn't it, Bears fans would fight me, a young Robert Schmitz, because there was no other option, right? Like, if Trubisky wasn't it, the dream was dead. It was over. There was no cavalry coming, right? But with this situation, I love Fields. I like to think I am as avowed a Fields supporter as you can find. But every time I think that, there's somebody else out there that would take a bullet for Justin Fields. And more power to you. Like, some of the people on Twitter, man, like, they take supporting the team and they start talking about how ESB is going to get 650 yards. And it's like, whoa, you really make being positive about the team tough, because every time I think I'm being positive, like, I'm just not near there. But anyways, so back to the point. Like, Fields has an A1 opportunity to prove himself, and all kinds of, I wouldn't even say all kinds of resources behind him. That's not even fair. He's got a wide receiver 1. He's got a solid wide receiver 2, probably a solid wide receiver 3, but the offense is a bit of a mess. They'll have a young offensive line, but it should be a young, talented offensive line instead of just, technically young, like with Mustafa Braxton and some of the others the Bears had last year with Tevin. Like, they should have some juice. And Fields should be able to show something. And Getsy should be able to show something. There's a lot of pressure for them to show something. But the good news is that in a worst comes to worst, like, moment, Ryan Poles has options to continue moving the Bears forward, which is fun. Like, it honestly is. This is house money. That's the 2 words for the next year, right? House money. Last year was fun bad. This is house money, where if Fields is the dude, the Bears got the dude. And if Fields isn't the dude, then they've got the tools to reset at quarterback. But we'll get there when we get there. For now, let's focus on our house money, because that's awfully fun. And it should be, again, much better season than last year. The offense has a chance. Gosh, the really sad part, and I will stop talking very soon. The really sad part about where we stand is that the Bears have never really had a good offense. Not in my lifetime. The best we got was the Tresty show in like 2014. Like the Twin Tower year with Brandon Marshall and Alshon Jeffrey, like just eating in that offense. That was fun, but it wasn't sustainable, unfortunately. It was 13, right? But so within that, no, 14 was the year the bottom fell out. 14 was a terrible year. 13 was the fun year. But so in like a decade, The Bears have functionally never had a sustainably good offense, and it would be so fun if Fields and the guys that they're bringing in could turn that around, because the Bears being a fun offense would just be so flat out fun. It would be different. It would be unique. It would be something the whole league could get behind, but we're just going to have to wait and see. So either way, team, good night. Have a great one. Sleep well. I'll catch you soon. Bear down, and thanks so much for bearing with me.